right now, somewhere in the world, a light is still on. Not because the person beneath it isn't tired, but because tired and ready are not always the same thing. Because the body can be exhausted and the mind still circling, still holding something it doesn't quite know how to put down. Maybe that is where you are tonight. Maybe you've done everything you were supposed to do. You answered the messages. You moved through the hours. You got yourself here to this bed, this pillow, this particular stillness. And yet something remains. A quietness that doesn't quite feel like peace. A space in the room that feels a little too large. If that is where you are, I want you to know something before we go any further. You are not the only one lying here tonight. Right now, in cities you have never visited, in small rooms above busy streets, and in quiet houses at the end of long roads, other people are lying in this same soft darkness, eyes open or nearly closed, carrying something they cannot name, wondering, in the private way that people wonder, whether anyone else feels quite this way. They do. We do. Where are you listening from tonight? I'd genuinely love to know what city, what small corner of the world is holding you right now. Leave it in the comments. It means something to me to know who is here. I've been thinking about this particular collection of stories for a long time. Not because I had the right words for loneliness, but because I kept finding that every Buddhist tradition I turned to had already sat with it, and already found something extraordinary inside it. Tonight I want to share what they found. These stories come from the mountain monasteries of Korea, the forests of Thailand, the hermit caves of Tibet, the bamboo groves of Vietnam, and the snow country hills of Japan. Across all of them, across centuries and languages and ways of sitting, one quiet truth appears again and again, that what we call loneliness is rarely what we think it is. These stories are contemplative in nature, not medical or therapeutic advice. So for now, let your shoulders soften just slightly. Let the weight of your body settle into whatever is beneath you. You don't need to go anywhere tonight. You don't need to become anything different from what you already are. Just let your breath come and go on its own, the way it always does, the way it has been doing quietly all day without your help. The stories will find you where you are. There was a monk in 19th century Korea who never stayed anywhere long enough to leave footprints in the mud. His name was Gyeongheo, though the villagers he passed through rarely knew it. To them he was simply the wandering monk with the worn hemp robe and the eyes that seemed to find something quietly amusing in nearly everything, including, most bewilderingly, his own hunger. He had walked the length of the Korean peninsula more times than he could count through the granite mountain passes of the north, where the wind came off the peaks like something with a grudge. Through the rice paddies of the south, when they lay flat and silver in the autumn cold. Through market towns where the smell of fermented soybean paste and sesame oil hung over the narrow streets like a warm and persistent argument. He carried almost nothing. A begging bowl, worn smooth at the rim from years of daily handling. A rolled sleeping mat that had seen better decades. A single change of robe that was, by any honest assessment, not significantly cleaner than the one he wore. He had not set out to become a revered teacher. In the year of his birth, 1849, in the hills of Chungcheong province, the son of a minor official, his life had seemed to be moving in a thoroughly ordinary direction toward examinations, a government post, a house, a family, the slow accumulation of a respectable life. But the direction of lives is rarely what we draw for them in our youth. And the direction of Gyonghaeo's life had been redirected. At the age of 14, by a death. His mother died when he was 14. Not dramatically illness, the ordinary kind, the kind that comes slowly and takes everything. And in the weeks after her burial, the boy who would become Gyonghaeo had found himself unable to locate a single belief he had previously held about the nature of things. Not because he was weak or broken, but because he was paying attention. Because he had watched a person who had been entirely present in the world become entirely absent from it. And the gap between those two states seemed to him, at 14, to be the most important question anyone could possibly ask. He entered the monastery that same year. He was ordained. He studied. He sat with teachers who gave him koans, the way you give stones to a person learning to juggle, not to be cruel, but because the weight was necessary. And one koan above all others stayed with him, turned in him, wore grooves in his thinking, the way water wears grooves in rock. Who is binding this fellow? He carried that question through more years than he could count. Through summer practice periods, when the meditation hall was so hot, the monks sweated through their robes. Through winter retreats when the pre-dawn bell sounded in air so cold it felt like breathing glass. Through illnesses and recoveries. Through moments of great clarity and longer periods of what he could only describe as a kind of soft interior darkness, not despair exactly, but the absence of the luminosity. And then, one unremarkable afternoon, walking through a village in the middle of his country, passing a house where someone was burning autumn leaves, the smoke rising in slow grey spirals against a white sky, the question dissolved. Not answered. Dissolved. The stone he had been carrying uphill for so many years simply was no longer a stone, and he was no longer someone carrying it, and the hill had never been a hill. And what remained was something so obvious and so simple that he sat down on the road and laughed until the villagers came out of their houses to see what had happened to the monk. After that, he walked, not to run from anything, not to arrive anywhere in particular, simply because the country was large and there were people in it, and some of those people were carrying questions that deserved companions. He was not, in the usual sense, a monk who sought followers. He did not establish a great monastery or write a comprehensive philosophical treatise. He taught in clearings and in courtyards and on riverbanks, in the practical and often startling way that the best Korean Seon teachers have always taught, not by explaining the Dharma so much as by pointing directly at the place where the Dharma was already happening, whether anyone had noticed or not. It is one such evening we are visiting now. A winter evening, in a small village in Chungcheong province. In the late years of the 19th century, the harvest was long finished. The mountains to the east had put on their pale and serious winter colors, grey granite, bare chestnut branches, occasional stands of dark pine holding their shape against the sky like calligraphy. Night came early here in winter, and it came completely. The darkness settling between the thatched rooftops with the authority of something that has been doing this for thousands of years and sees no reason to be apologetic about it. Gyonghaeo arrived at the village inn just as the lantern above the wooden gate was being lit by the innkeeper's apprentice, a boy of perhaps 12. Concentrating on the flame with the absolute seriousness of someone who has been told not to let it go out. The inn itself was modest, a central room with an ondol floor, a cooking area separated by a low screen, a back room where the innkeeper's family slept. The sign above the gate was weathered to the point of illegibility. The smell of wood smoke and barley gruel came through the walls with the casual generosity of smells that have nowhere else they need to be. The innkeeper himself, a broad-shouldered man named Seokpil, whose hands were permanently stained from the dye work he did in warmer months, looked the monk over with the particular wariness of someone who has learned through experience that wandering monks rarely arrive with coin and frequently arrive with philosophies. But something in Gyeonggaeo's manner unhurried, unbothered, carrying the cold air of the road without complaint, wearing the equanimity of a man who genuinely could not be made to feel worse about the situation than he already did, made Seokpil step back from the gate and gesture with his head toward the common room. Inside, the ondol floor radiated its deep and reliable warmth up through the straw mats. 3 traveling merchants from the south were already settled near the far wall, playing a slow card game with the concentrated attention of men who have long since run out of conversation but have not yet run out of evening. A woman with a baby tied to her back was eating near the screen, spooning soup with one hand while bouncing gently with the other. Both movements so practiced they had become a single action. Near the fire pit, in the corner where the warmth was greatest and the shadows were deepest, a young man sat alone. He was perhaps 17. Perhaps a little older. It was difficult to say with young people who had recently encountered something that aged them slightly ahead of schedule. He had a sharp and intelligent face, the kind that had been trained by a careful family to give away nothing, and was now in the process of discovering that there are feelings for which that training provides no instruction. His knees were drawn up to his chest. He was staring into the fire with the particular unfocused attention of someone who is not actually watching the flames, but using them as a screen on which to project a series of thoughts that circle without arriving anywhere. Gyeongheo recognized the look immediately. He had seen it many times in monasteries, on mountain roads, in the faces of farmers whose families had moved to the city, in the faces of city people whose friends had all married and disappeared into the routines of their new lives. He had seen it in the faces of monks who had renounced the world and then discovered that the world they had renounced was also the world that had made them feel, however imperfectly, that they belonged somewhere. He had seen it, if he was being completely honest with himself, in his own face, reflected in rivers, in polished temple floors, in the still surface of the mountain ponds where he sometimes stopped to drink, in the years before the question dissolved, and even sometimes, quietly, after. He did not approach the young man. That was not the way. He found a space near the door, settled himself onto the mat with the unhurried ease of a man for whom the difference between a comfortable seat and an uncomfortable one has long since ceased to be interesting, and accepted the bowl of barley gruel that Seokpil brought with the air of someone who has also given up on payment. He ate slowly and with attention, the way he did most things. He listened to the merchant's quiet game, to the baby's occasional murmur, to the fire doing its steady and ancient work in the pit. Outside, the night deepened. The lantern above the gate swung slightly in a wind that had come down from the mountains, carrying with it the particular cold that forms above the snow line and descends like a slow tide through the valley. It was past the second watch of the night the inn had gone, mostly quiet, the merchants having finished their game and settled into the postures of the nearly asleep when the young man's composure finally shifted. Not dramatically, not with tears, not with any sound at all, only with a single long exhale, the kind that the body produces when it has been holding something for too long and simply cannot maintain the effort, the kind of exhale that carries more than air. Gyeongheo looked over. "You have been carrying that for a while," he said. His voice was quiet, calibrated exactly to the distance between them. Not loud enough to wake the merchants, not soft enough to be missed. The young man looked up. There was a flash of something in his eyes, startlement, defensiveness. And underneath both of those, something softer, something that recognized the words, "I'm fine," he said, with the automatic certainty of someone who has not yet discovered that this particular sentence almost never means what it says. "Of course," said the monk, agreeably. He turned back to the fire, a silence that was not entirely uncomfortable. Outside, the first flakes of snow had begun to fall. The young man could tell from the quality of the light that came through the paper screen, the way it softened and became more diffuse, as though the world outside was pulling a white blanket up around its shoulders. "My family sent me to the city 3 months ago," the young man said. The words came out before he had decided to say them, which is often the way words come out when something has been held too long. "To apprentice at my uncle's trading house. My uncle is a good man. The work is not unpleasant." He stopped. The fire popped once, sending a small spray of sparks upward. "But I don't know anyone there." "Not really. I know their names. I know where they sit. But I don't." He paused again. "I come back through this province sometimes, for deliveries. But even here, it's not the same as it was. The village feels different. The house feels different. Like I'm visiting somewhere that used to be familiar, rather than returning somewhere that is mine." He had not intended to say all of that. It was more than he usually said, more than he was comfortable having said. He looked slightly alarmed by his own words, the way people do when they have found themselves being honest with a stranger. Gyeongheo was quiet for a moment. He let the words settle. He did not rush in with comfort, did not immediately produce a teaching or a reassurance. He simply let the young man's honesty sit in the room between them without being filled in. "Can I tell you something that may seem strange?" the monk said. After a long pause, the young man nodded, warily. "I have walked across this country more times than I can count," Gyeongheo said. "I have slept in mountain caves where the only sound in the night was the wind and the occasional distant bark of a fox on the ridge. I have sat alone in forest clearings for weeks at a time, eating almost nothing, speaking to no one, watching the light change on the same patch of earth from dawn to dusk, and then waiting for it again. I have eaten this same gruel." He lifted his nearly empty bowl with a small gesture of acknowledgement. "Cold and alone, in places where there was no innkeeper, no fire, no lantern above any gate." He set the bowl down. "And I have felt, in all of those places, precisely what I am watching you feel right now." The young man was listening with the kind of attention that does not require any effort because it is not chosen, it simply happens. The way attention happens when something arrives that you have needed for a long time without knowing you needed it. The great masters of our tradition, the men who sat in those mountain caves for decades, who spent entire winters in silence, who walked away from every comfort and every connection the world offers, they did not do so because they had mastered loneliness. The monk continued. They did it because they were willing to sit inside it long enough to find out what it actually was. And what they found, every one of them, was not what they expected. "What did they find?" the young man asked. Gyeongheo turned to look at him directly for the first time. His eyes, in the firelight, held the particular quality of someone who has seen a great many things and been surprised by most of them. That the feeling we call loneliness is almost always a case of mistaken identity. He said, "We feel a space, a silence, a gap, a distance between ourselves and others. And the mind, being a creature of habit and story, immediately tells us what that space means, that we are abandoned, that something is missing, that we are somehow insufficient or forgotten. But that story, and it is only a story, arrives so quickly and is told so convincingly that we rarely stop to look at what is actually there before the story begins." He paused. What is actually there before the story is something quite different. The young man leaned forward slightly, without realizing he was doing it. "The question I have sat with for many years," Gyeongheo said slowly, "is simply this: who is it that feels alone? Not the feeling itself, the feeling comes and goes, like weather. But who is the one who feels it? Who is the awareness in which the feeling of loneliness appears?" He looked at the young man. "That question. Just that. Sit with it. Don't answer it. Don't try to figure it out. Just hold it the way you would hold something delicate that you are not sure belongs to you. And see what happens." The young man sat with it. In the way of young people who have not yet learned to perform understanding, he did not nod sagely or produce an expression of enlightened recognition. He simply sat, and the fire burned, and the snow fell outside the paper screen, and the sleeping merchants breathed in their slow and unconscious rhythm, and the baby murmured once in some dream and then was still. Something was changing in the room, though it would have been impossible to say what exactly. The quality of the silence was different than it had been an hour ago. More inhabited. Somehow. More like a room where two people have been for a while, and the space between them has adjusted to their presence. The way a warm room adjusts when people enter it and stay. Eventually, the young man lay down. He did not make a production of it. He simply grew heavy. The way people grow heavy when something they have been bracing against has stopped pushing, and found the mat beneath him, and closed his eyes. He slept without knowing he was going to sleep, which is the most natural way of all. Gyeongheo sat for a while longer. Outside, the snow had thickened into a serious fall now, covering the road, covering the mountains, settling onto the rooftops of the village with the even-handed generosity of something that makes no distinctions between the grand and the ordinary, the important and the forgotten. It covered the gate lantern's base. It gathered in the hollows of the stone steps. It filled the silence between things with a silence of its own, deeper and more complete. The monk looked at the young man sleeping on his mat, at the face that had released. In sleep, everything it had been holding during waking hours, and had become, simply, the face of someone resting. He thought, not for the first time, that sleep was one of the most honest things a person could do. That the face in sleep was the face without its story. And then he thought, as he had thought many times before, with the particular quality of thinking that is no longer quite thinking, that the face without its story was the face that had never been alone. That awareness itself, the simple, clear, boundless fact of being awake inside this particular life, had no loneliness in it. That loneliness was something that happened to the story, not to the awareness in which the story moved. Before the third watch, he rose, gathered his bowl and his mat, and stepped out into the snow. In the morning, the young man woke to a village covered in white, and a stillness so complete that the world seemed to be listening for something. He lay on the mat for a long moment before he moved. And in that moment, before thought arrived, before the mind began its familiar inventory of distances and absences, he felt something he could not quite name. A warmth that was not only the warmth of the ondal floor, a fullness that was not only the fullness of having slept. He did not know what to call it, but he did not forget it. Years later, decades later, when his own children were grown and scattered to their own cities and their own lives, and he sat sometimes in a room that seemed too large and too quiet, he would remember that particular morning. The snow, the sleeping merchants, the fire that had burned through the night, the monk who had asked him nothing and offered him the one thing that mattered most, the question that points toward the one who cannot actually be alone. He would sit with it again, the way Gyong-heo had taught him to sit with it, not forcing an answer, just holding it, the way you hold something delicate. And the room would shift, almost imperceptibly, toward something warmer. And now, for a moment, let that story rest in you, not as something to understand, as something to feel, because what Gyong-heo found, over years of walking and sitting and asking, and what every teacher in the Korean Seon tradition has pointed at, in their own particular way, is that the mind which experiences loneliness is the very same mind that is capable of recognizing itself as something other than lonely. The same awareness, the same clear, spacious, unchanging quality of attention, just wearing a different story for a while. The feeling of loneliness is real. Do not let anyone tell you it is not real. It arrives in the body, in the chest, in the particular weight of a room that contains only you. It is a genuine experience, and it deserves to be met honestly, without pretending it isn't there. But the story about what that feeling means, the story that says you are forgotten, that you are somehow less than whole, that your aloneness is a verdict on your worth, that story is not the feeling. That story is added afterward. Quickly, automatically, the way the mind adds explanations to everything it encounters. And that story can be set down. Just this, just the feeling, without the story. Just the awareness of this moment, this breath, this body resting. Just this. Let your hands grow heavy now. Feel the weight of them against whatever they are resting on, and notice how that weight is itself a kind of company. How the surface beneath you is holding you, reliably, without any need of your attention or your gratitude. How the air in this room has been here all along, quiet and full, carrying your breath as it comes and goes. The next story takes us east and north, across the water to the snow country of Japan, to a mountain called Kugami and a small hut where a monk who called himself the Great Fool discovered, in his years of solitude, a quality of belonging so complete that it overflowed into everything he touched. Every child he played with, every poem he wrote in the cold and the firelight and the long, full silence of his hermit nights. If your eyes are growing heavy, let them close. You don't need to stay awake for what comes next. It will find you wherever you are. There is a mountain in the snow country of Japan called Kugami, and halfway up its flank, tucked beneath a stand of cedar trees that shed their snow in slow avalanches through the winter nights, there stood for many years a hut so small that a person of average height could touch both walls simultaneously if they stretched out their arms. The hut was called Gogoan. It had a dirt floor, A low sleeping platform, a single paper screen that faced the valley, and a fire pit that smoked more than it should have given the quality of the wood available on the mountain. The roof leaked in 3 places when the spring rains came, and in winter, the gap beneath the door admitted a thin but persistent draft that no amount of bundled cloth ever fully solved. By any reasonable measure, it was not a place where a person of intelligence and ability would choose to live if they had alternatives. Ryokan had alternatives. He had been offered temple positions, proper abbacies, with supporting congregations, with houses, with income. He had been sought out by wealthy patrons who wished to be associated with a Zen master of his evident depth, who had offered him comfortable rooms and reliable meals and the kind of social position that a man of his gifts might reasonably expect to occupy. He had been invited, more than once, to come down from the mountain and teach in the city, where the students were many and the accommodations considerably more hospitable than a leaking hut above a snowbound valley. He had declined all of it. Not rudely, Ryokan was constitutionally incapable of rudeness, in the way that a river is constitutionally incapable of flowing uphill, but clearly, warmly, even with the particular kind of warm clarity that comes from someone who knows precisely what they want, which in Ryokan's case was almost nothing. He had been born Yamamoto Eizo in 1758, in the village of Izumozaki, on the coast of Echigo province, the same snow country, the same grey winter sea, the same rice fields and pine hills that would later appear in his poetry with the precision of a person describing the face of someone they have loved for decades. His father was the village headman, a man of some local consequence, and the eldest son of such a man carried expectations. There were paths laid out, there were destinies arranged, and then, at a gathering in a nearby temple, when Ryokan was perhaps 17 or 18, he met a Zen master named Kokusen, and something in that meeting rearranged him at a level deeper than expectation. He could not have explained it. He would not have tried. He simply knew, with the certainty of something that does not require argument, that the direction his life had been pointed in was not the direction his life needed to go. He left with Kokusen. He traveled to Ensuji Monastery in Tamashima and spent 12 years there, 12 years of sitting, of studying, of what can only be described as the very slow and often uncomfortable process of allowing everything he thought he was to become something he couldn't quite grasp. He swept floors. He carried water. He sat in the meditation hall in winter cold that made the bones ache and summer heat that made the mind blur. And he kept sitting. He wrote poetry in the hours before dawn, not because anyone asked him to, but because it was the most honest way he had found to think, which is to say the least dishonest. When Kokusen died, Ryokan inherited the temple. He lasted there approximately long enough to understand that administration was not his nature, and then he resumed his wandering life, eventually arriving, by a route too long and too winding to trace in a single night, at the small hut on the flank of Kugami, above the valley he had grown up watching from the coast. He was, at the time we are visiting him, in his middle 50s. He had lived in the hut for more than a decade. His hair was the grey of old cedar. His robe was the grey of everything else worn, repeatedly mended, the precise colour of a man who has stopped worrying about the colour of his robes. He owned, in total, the robe, a spare robe, a begging bowl of lacquered wood, a sleeping mat, an inkstone, several brushes, and a small collection of worn poetry books that he consulted often and treated with the reverence that other people reserved for sacred texts. which in his view these were. He had no students. He had no schedule. He had no title, he acknowledged. He called himself Taigu Great Fool and meant it as something closer to a description than a joke. Though it was also that, on the evening we are watching, it is the deep middle of winter. The snow on Kugami has been lying for 6 weeks without interruption, adding new layers over old until the landscape has become a single, continuous white surface, interrupted only by the dark verticals of trees and the occasional grey smudge of a farmhouse roof below. The temperature at this elevation, after dark, is the kind that makes you understand why every tradition in every culture has, from the beginning, placed such importance on fire. Ryokan had returned to his hut just before sunset. Having spent the afternoon in the village below, he had gone down, as he went down most days, to beg his meal, walking from house to house with his bowl extended, accepting whatever was offered with the same expression of uncomplicated gratitude, whether what was offered was rice and pickled vegetables or only water and a kind word. He had learned over many years that the begging round was not only about food. It was about the brief and renewable miracle of contact, of standing at a threshold, making himself visible, and allowing other people the opportunity to offer something across the distance between their life and his. Today, as had happened before and would happen again, he had not made it to very many doors. He had encountered, in the narrow lane between the dyer's house and the pickle merchant's storage shed, a group of children playing kamari in the snow, a kicking game, the ball made of deerskin, the rules approximately as loose as the players felt like making them. The children were between the ages of 6 and 12. Their faces red and exhilarated and absolutely unconcerned with anything beyond the ball and the next moment, and the particular joy that belongs to being cold outside when you are also moving fast enough not to feel it. They had invited him to play. They always invited him, because he always came, had always come, for years now, joining their games with a complete absence of dignity and an absolutely complete absence of self-consciousness that the children understood instinctively was genuine. He had played until his robe was damp at the knees from falling, and his breath was visible in the winter air, and the light had gone golden, and then orange, and then the particular blue-grey of early winter dusk. He had come home with almost no food and an extraordinarily full feeling that had nothing to do with food. Now, in the hut, he had rebuilt the fire from the banked coals and was sitting before it, holding his begging bowl with both hands, not because there was anything in it worth protecting, but out of habit, the way you continue to hold a conversation's shape after the conversation has ended. The fire was doing what fires do, burning the present moment completely, leaving nothing behind but ash and warmth. He was aware, in the particular way that he was often aware of things, of the completeness of his aloneness. He had not spoken to another adult in 3 days. The last human voice he had heard before the children was the pickle merchant's wife, who had leaned out her door to tell him that her husband was not home and the pickles were not yet ready, and had then closed the door with the brisk finality of someone who had covered all necessary topics. Since then, wind, birds, the settling of snow in the trees, the interior of his own mind moving through its daily weather clouds here, clarity there, a long stretch of simple grey that was neither one thing nor the other. And tonight, sitting before his fire with his empty bowl, he was aware of something else. Not loneliness, exactly, or not only. Something more subtle. A quality of presence that was itself a kind of company. The fire was company. The sound of the snow falling outside the paper screen, he could not see it, but he could hear it. The softest of all sounds. The sound of weight arriving so gently that it makes no impact was company. The trees he could not see but knew were standing in the dark beyond the screen were company. And further beyond them, the valley and the village, and the children now certainly home and warm. Their redness faded, their game a memory already fading into the memory of other games. The long continuous game of being young in snow country in winter, all of that was company. He was alone in the technical sense. But the aloneness had texture. It was full of things. He picked up his brush and began to write. Not because he had decided to write. He rarely decided to write, any more than a river decides to flow. Because writing was the thing that made visible what was already there. He wrote on the back of a piece of paper that had already been used for something else. He was constitutionally unable to waste paper. The way he was constitutionally unable to waste most things. Having discovered years ago that scarcity and abundance are mostly matters of attention. He wrote about the children, about the ball in the snow, about his damp robe, about the fire, about the empty bowl that was not, in any meaningful sense, empty. He wrote the way he always wrote, in the simplest possible words, stripped of the decorative ambitions that marked other poets of his era, aiming not at beauty as an end, but at precision. Because precision, he had found, arrived at beauty by the most reliable route, outside. The snow fell on. The cedar trees accumulated their patient white loads and released them in sudden, soft avalanches that sounded, in the darkness, like sighs. The valley below was invisible, but present. The village was invisible, but present. The children sleeping now, or nearly, were invisible, but present. Every person he had ever passed his bowl to, every threshold he had stood at, every kitchen smell that had drifted out to meet him on winter mornings, all of it was present. In the way that everything you have ever genuinely attended to remains present, woven into the fabric of what you are. He wrote for perhaps an hour. Then he set the brush down, rolled the paper and set it beside the others, and lay down on his sleeping mat and looked at the ceiling, a ceiling he knew so well he could have drawn it with his eyes closed. Every grain and crack and patch of older repair, and listened to the snow. A long time passed. The fire reduced itself to a bed of glowing coals. The cold pressed in at the edges of the room, politely but with persistence, the way cold always does. And in the space between wakefulness and sleep, Ryokan rested in something that was not the opposite of loneliness, but was somehow larger than it. Something that contained loneliness, the way the sky contains clouds, without being changed by their presence, without needing them to leave. In his poem written that night, or one very much like it, one of hundreds he wrote in that hut, on that mountain, in that long and apparently uneventful life, he would later write simply, "This night, in solitude." Deep emotion. 3 words in the original Japanese. Words chosen so precisely that they require no addition and admit no subtraction. The solitude was real. The emotion was real. And the two were not opposed. He fell asleep listening to snow. In the morning he would go down the mountain again. He would stand at thresholds with his bowl. He would play with whatever children were willing to play, which was all of them. He would receive the day's minimal sustenance with its maximum gratitude. He would come home in the blue hour of late afternoon and light his fire and write and sleep. This was, by any external measure, a very small life. By another measure, the measure that Ryokan applied to it, which was the measure of whether a life was actually being lived rather than merely administered. It was one of the fullest lives a person had managed in that province in quite some time. There is something the tradition of Japanese Soto Zen calls shikantaza, a phrase that is difficult to translate, but points at something like this: just sitting, completely. Not sitting in order to achieve something, not sitting as preparation for something else. Just sitting, with the whole of what you are, in the whole of what is here. Ryokan lived this not only on the cushion, but in everything, in the way he begged, in the way he played, in the way he wrote, in the way he slept. And what he discovered, over decades of this practice, was that there is no activity so solitary that it is truly alone. That the children playing in the snow were in his hut with him when he wrote about them. That the people who had offered him food were with him when he ate it. That every person who had ever written a poem he had read, and he had read many, had loved many, had carried some of them in memory for 30 and 40 years, was somehow present in the room when he sat before his fire. This is what the traditions call interbeing, or dependent origination, or simply the fact that nothing, no thing, no person, no moment arises in isolation from everything else. That what we experience as a separate self, moving through a world of separate others, is a real experience, but not the complete picture. That underneath the experience of separation, underneath the story of the alone person in the alone room, something else is happening, a weaving, a mutual arising. An interconnection so fundamental that calling it connection would be like calling water wet. Of course it is. It cannot be otherwise. The feeling of loneliness is the feeling of having temporarily lost sight of this. Not of the fact of connection disappearing. The fact of connection does not disappear. Only the sight of it does. Sometimes, when we are tired or cold, or when the room is too quiet and the night is too long. And what Ryokan offers, not as a philosophy, but as a life, is the possibility that the sight can be recovered. Not through effort. Not through forcing yourself to feel connected when you don't. But through the very thing he practiced, paying attention. Actually looking at what is in the room. Actually hearing what the snow is doing. Actually noticing the warmth of the fire, the weight of the bowl. The particular quality of this specific night, which is not like any other night that has ever been and will never come again. This night, this breath, this exact weight of your body in this exact place, let it land. Let it be specific. You are not lying in a general darkness. You are lying in this particular darkness, in this particular room, in this particular life. And this particular life has been shaped by every person who has ever sat across a fire from you. Every voice you have heard, every meal shared, every game played in whatever snow or heat or ordinary weather fell on your particular childhood. None of that is gone. All of that is here, now woven into what you are. The way everything Ryokan ever loved was woven into the poems he wrote alone in his hut on Kugami. You are, in the fullest and most literal sense, made of other people. Their words are in your language. Their kindnesses are in your body. Their laughter is somewhere in the room with you right now, if you know how to be still enough to feel it. Just this breath. Just the specific and irreplaceable weight of this night. Let your feet relax now. Let them release whatever they have been holding since you last walked anywhere. Let the long muscles of your legs soften. Let the breath move through you at its own pace, its own depth, without direction from you. If you drift off here, that is exactly right. You don't need to stay awake to receive what this night has for you. The stories work, whether you are listening or sleeping, they find their way in through whichever door is open. The next story carries us south and west, across centuries and oceans, to the high mountain of Yen Tu in northern Vietnam, where a man who had commanded armies and ruled a kingdom chose, at the height of his power, to climb a mountain alone, and discovered, on that climb, something that changed not only his own life, but the entire religious history of his country. Rest here for a moment before we travel. Let your breath be your anchor. Let the darkness of this room be, for just this moment, exactly enough. In the 13th century, there was a king in the land of Dai Viet who wanted, more than anything else his kingdom could offer him, to climb a mountain alone. This was not, by any measure, a simple desire to fulfill. He was Trần Hân Tông, third emperor of the Trần dynasty, born in 1258 into the most consequential family in the country. Raised in the enormous and carefully administered world of the royal palace in Thăng Long, where every movement of his body from the moment he woke until the moment he slept was observed, recorded, commented upon, arranged around, and assigned meaning by a court of hundreds. He had been dressed by other people since he was old enough to be dressed. He had eaten meals prepared by kitchens that existed solely to feed him. He had slept in rooms where guards stood outside the door through every hour of every night of his entire life. He was, in the specific way of people whose every need is anticipated and met before they are aware of having it, profoundly and structurally alone. Not the aloneness of an empty room, the aloneness of a person who is never, in any external sense, alone, and who has therefore never had the opportunity to discover what he actually is when the court and the ceremony and the 10,000 layers of expectation and obligation are momentarily absent. He had known this about himself since he was a young man. At 16, he had attempted to flee the palace, had actually slipped out at night, had made it as far as a pagoda in the hills above the capital before his attendants caught him and brought him back. Not unkindly, in the way that people return something valuable that has briefly escaped its proper setting. The abbot of the pagoda had told him, in the few minutes they had together before the attendants arrived, something that had stayed with him for decades, that the mountain will wait, that the Dharma will wait, that the things worth finding do not grow impatient. He had waited. He had waited through his coronation, through two separate Mongol invasions in 1285 and again in 1288, in which he had led his armies with a ferocity and strategic intelligence that the Mongol commanders had not anticipated, from a king who was also known to spend his private hours studying Buddhist sutras. He had waited through the work of reconstruction that followed, through the patient and necessary business of returning a country to itself after the violence of foreign occupation. He had governed with care. He had governed with justice. He had governed, his courtiers agreed, with a quality of presence that was unusual in a ruler, a quality of actually being there, actually attending to the person in front of him, actually thinking rather than performing thought. And then, in 1293, he had called his son to the throne, placed the crown on the young man's head with his own hands, walked out of the throne room, and kept walking. He walked to Yen Tu mountain. Yen Tu rises from the forests of what is now Quang Ninh province in northeastern Vietnam, a long, ascending spine of granite and jungle that reaches, at its highest point, above the cloud line, The mountain had been a place of Buddhist practice for generations before Tren Nhan Thong arrived. Monks had lived in its caves and along its ridges, building small hermitages in the clearings, establishing the beginning of a community that would grow, under his guidance, into something that would shape Vietnamese Buddhism for centuries. He arrived with almost nothing. He had left the court robes, the jade seals, the golden palanquin, the armies of attendants. He carried a simple robe, a begging bowl, a walking staff cut from a bamboo grove on the lower slopes. He had spent 2 years in intensive retreat before emerging to teach and found the Trúc Lâm school, the bamboo grove tradition, which he named for the groves that covered the mountain's middle slopes and rustled in the highland wind with a sound like rain on still water. It is not the founding of the school that we are visiting tonight. Tonight, we are visiting a single evening, some years into his practice, when the monk, who had been a king, who had given himself the Dharma name, Hung Vun Dai Do Da, meaning something close to fragrant cloud, great ascetic, sat in his small stone hermitage above the cloud line and received an unexpected visitor. The visitor was a young general named Pham Nu Lao. Not young exactly, he was in his middle years. A soldier of considerable reputation, one of the commanders who had served under the emperor in the campaigns against the Mongols. He had climbed the mountain without announcement, which had required bribing several monks at the lower hermitages into silence, and had arrived at the senior teacher's door in the early hours of the evening, breathing hard from the ascent, his military bearings somewhat compromised by altitude and exertion. Tren Nhan Thong looked at him for a moment. "You climbed the whole way," he said. "Yes," said Pham Nu Lao. "Without telling anyone you were coming?" "Yes." The former emperor considered this. "Then you had better come in," he said. "The tea will be thin and the mat will be hard and the wind will come through the north wall all night. But you are here, so you may as well be here properly." The general came in. He sat on the hard mat. He accepted the thin tea with both hands, as was correct. For a while neither of them spoke, which was also correct. There is a courtesy in silence that is older than speech, and both men had been raised in traditions that understood this. The hermitage was spare in the way of all places where someone lives who has genuinely stopped accumulating. A sleeping mat, a low table, an oil lamp whose flame moved constantly in the draft from the north wall, never going out but never quite being still. A small wooden figure of the Buddha on a shelf above the table, the lacquer worn from the hands and face from years of the monk's attention. Through the single window, the darkness outside was absolute, not the darkness of a city where lights always leak in from somewhere, but the complete and ancient darkness of a mountain above the cloud line, where the clouds themselves form a floor and the sky above is a different country entirely, cold and vast and thick with stars that at this altitude seemed close enough to worry about. Pham Nu Lao had not climbed the mountain, he finally admitted, to discuss military strategy or court matters or any of the practical concerns that had officially justified his journey in the records his secretary had been instructed to maintain. He had climbed the mountain because for 3 months he had been unable to sleep through the night, and because in those 3 months, lying awake in a house full of people, a wife, 4 children, 2 servants, soldiers stationed outside the gate, he had been visited again and again by a feeling he did not have a name for and could not account for by any logic available to him. A feeling of being entirely, irreducibly alone, not abandoned. His wife was present and loving. His children were healthy. His soldiers respected him. His reputation was excellent. There was no external reason for the feeling, which was precisely what made it so difficult to address. You can fight an enemy you can see. You can strategize against a threat you can name. But this thing, this quiet, persistent, inexplicable sense of being separated from everything by a membrane he could not locate or breach, was not a problem his military training had prepared him to handle. He had tried, in the way of a practical man confronting an impractical situation, a series of practical remedies. He had spent more time with his family, had taken his eldest son fishing on the river delta, had attended more evening meals, had made deliberate efforts to be present in the ways the book said presence should look. This had helped somewhat and lasted briefly. He had thrown himself into work with more than his usual intensity, filling the days so completely that there was no space for the feeling to move in. This had worked perfectly during daylight and failed completely after dark. He had, in a moment of something close to desperation, consulted a physician who had given him a preparation of herbs that made him sleep but did not change what the sleeping contained. And then, 3 weeks ago, a monk from the lower hermitage had passed through the garrison town on his arms round, and Pham Nu Lao had watched him from a second-floor window, had watched the monk move through the market with a quality of unhurriedness that seemed to belong to a different relationship with time than anything the general had experienced. Stopping at each stall, not because the monk needed what was there, but because each stall was worth stopping at, and something in that watching had told him, without words, that the answer to what he could not name was somewhere on this mountain. So he had climbed. Tren Nhan Tong listened to all of this without interrupting. The lamp flame moved in the draught. Outside, the cloud layer below the mountain shifted and reformed, its upper surface catching the starlight. An owl called once from somewhere in the forest below, clear and close and utterly untroubled by anything. When the general finished, the former emperor was quiet for a long moment. "Tell me," he said finally, "when you feel this aloneness, what does the mind do with it?" Pham Nu Lao frowned slightly. He had expected a teaching, a remedy, a sequence of practices. He had not expected to be asked about what his mind did. "It tries to explain it," he said, after a moment's honesty. "It makes arguments. It tells me the feeling is wrong, that I have everything a person should have, that gratitude would be the appropriate response to my circumstances. It makes lists of what is present: wife, children, soldiers, house. And does that help?" "Briefly," the general said. "And then the feeling returns, and the argument has to be made again." The monk nodded slowly. In the lamplight, his face was the face of someone who has heard this particular thing many times, not because he has grown tired of hearing it, but because he recognizes it the way you recognize the face of a relative you have not seen in a long time. "The list," said Chen Yun Tong, "is not the problem. The arguing is not the problem. The problem, if we want to call it a problem, which I am not sure we should, is something the list cannot address. Because the list exists on the surface, and what you are describing lies considerably deeper than the surface." He refilled the tea. Outside, the wind moved through the bamboo below the hermitage that sound like rain on still water, gentle and persistent and complete. "There is a poem I wrote," he said, "in the early years of my practice here. It is not a sophisticated poem, I have written more sophisticated ones. But this one I wrote in the first winter, when the mountain was new and the practice was hard and the court was still very close in memory. And I wrote it because I could not sleep. He paused. It says only, in life, be content with the way of being. Eat when hungry. Sleep when tired. Pham Nu Lao waited. The court trained me, the monk continued, to be constantly oriented toward what was not yet present. The next audience, the next decision, the next threat to be managed, the next alliance to be secured. Every moment of the day was organized around something that had not yet arrived. And the mind that is organized around what has not yet arrived is a mind that is, by its very structure, separated from what is actually here. He looked at the general directly. That is the membrane you cannot breach. It is not between you and other people. It is between you and this moment. Between you and the life that is actually happening, as opposed to the life the mind is managing. The general sat with this. But even knowing that, he said carefully, the feeling does not stop. No, said the monk. Knowing it doesn't stop it. That's why knowing is not enough. He set down his cup. You came here because you watched a monk moving through a market. What did you see? Pham Nu Lao thought about it carefully, more carefully than he had before, because the question was being asked by someone who would notice if the answer was approximate. He was present, he said. Finally, he was at each place he stopped, not somewhere else. Yes, said the monk simply. Another silence. The lamp flame steadied briefly, as though the wind had momentarily agreed to rest. I spent 10 years in the palace. Trần Nhân Tông said, feeling the exact thing you are describing. Surrounded by hundreds of people. Managed. Attended to. Observed. Served and feeling, beneath all of that, a loneliness so complete that it had become invisible to me. The way a sound that is always present eventually stops being heard. I did not know it was there until I climbed this mountain and sat with it, and it began, very slowly, to show me what it actually was. What was it? The former emperor considered the question with the full attention it deserved. Outside, the bamboo rustled. The stars held their positions in the cold darkness above the cloud line, indifferent and magnificent. A teacher, he said at last. It was a teacher showing me where I was not, showing me the gap between where I was actually standing and where my attention was. The loneliness was not the distance between me and other people. It was the distance between me and my own life. He paused. That is what it always is. I think that is what it is pointing at. Pham Nu Lao was quiet for a long time. The lamp burned. The wind moved. Below the mountain, in the valleys and coastal plains and river deltas of Dai Viet, a country went about its nighttime business fishermen, checking their lines, mothers nursing infants in the dark, merchants reviewing their accounts, children dreaming their enormous and unrecorded dreams, all of it happening, all of it real, all of it available, if the attention could find its way back to the surface of the present moment and rest there, the way a leaf rests on water. How do you do it? The general asked. How do you return? The monk picked up his bowl. He held it with both hands, the same gesture Ryokan used with his bowl. In a different country, in a different century, in the same tradition that had spread like water finding its level across all the connected lands of Asia. He looked at the bowl for a moment. "I feel the bowl," he said. "I feel its weight in my hands. I feel this specific weight, in this specific moment, in these specific hands. And the mind, which has been everywhere else, comes back. Not because I commanded it, because there is something here worth coming back to. There is always something here worth coming back to." He set the bowl down. "That is the whole practice," he said. Arriving again, and again, without judgment about how many times the arriving is required. That night, the general slept on the hard mat in the cold hermitage, and he slept without the interruption that had been visiting him for 3 months. Not because the feeling was resolved, it was not resolved. It would continue to arrive, would continue to require the practice of return. But because something had shifted, in the way that understanding shifts things even before it becomes wisdom, he knew now that what he had been feeling was not a verdict, not an indictment of his life or his capacity for connection. Just a pointer, a persistent, uncomfortable, ultimately compassionate pointer, indicating the gap between where he was and where he could be. He climbed down the mountain in the morning. He stopped at the middle slopes and stood for a moment in the bamboo grove and listened to the sound that sounded like rain on still water and felt the weight of his feet on the path. Just that. Just the weight. Just the path. Just the bamboo and the light coming through it in long, thin, moving lines. He arrived at the bottom a different person than the one who had started up. Not enlightened, not free of loneliness, but in possession of something more useful than freedom from it, the knowledge of what it was pointing at, and a direction to turn. What the monk who had been a king found on Yentu Mountain, and what he spent the remaining years of his life attempting to transmit, in the particular Vietnamese way that weaves Dharma into poetry and poetry into daily life, was this: loneliness is a gap. But it is not the gap it presents itself as being. It presents itself as the gap between you and other people, between you and belonging, between you and the warmth of connection that you remember from some better time, or imagine existing in some other life. That is how it announces itself, as a distance between where you are and where the people you need are located. But the gap it is actually pointing at is smaller and closer and more workable than that. It is the gap between where your attention is and where your life is. Between the mind that is managing the future and the body that is living the present. Between the self that is reviewing and planning and narrating and the breath that is simply breathing right now, without any assistance from narration. That gap is not vast. It is the width of a single returning, a single arrival, and the practice that Tran Nhan Tong called, in his poem, simply eating when hungry and sleeping when tired. The practice of arriving in the actual moment of the actual life is the practice of crossing that gap, again and again, without drama and without expectation. Not because crossing it permanently solves anything, but because each crossing is itself a moment of genuine contact, genuine presence, genuine belonging to the life that is actually here. You are in the actual moment right now. You are in the actual life. The breath that is moving through you is not a metaphor and not a rehearsal. It is the real breath, in the real body, in the real night. And there is nothing between you and it. There is no gap. In this moment, between where you are and where the breathing is happening, they are the same place. You are the same place. Feel that. Let it be simple. Let it be exactly as ordinary as it is, which is to say, entirely extraordinary, which is to say, the bamboo in the wind on the mountain, which is to say, the lamp flame in the draught, which is to say, the stars above the cloud line, indifferent and magnificent and entirely present. Just this breath, just this weight, just this specific and irreplaceable moment of your one life, which is happening right now and not anywhere else. Let your jaw release now. Let the muscles of your face soften, one by one, the way the general's face softened in sleep on that hard mountain mat. Let your shoulders drop their last held tension. Let your breath find its own depth, without your help. If sleep is coming, let it come. You don't need to follow the next story to receive what it carries. The wisdom of the bamboo grove and the hermit king will find you wherever you arrive. The next story takes us west, far west, to the cold and dramatic edges of the Chinese world, to a ruined temple in northern China where an old man who had been walking for 60 years finally sat down. And in that sitting down, in that deliberate, unhurried, 80-year-old act of arriving taught something that would outlast his century and his country and the very empire in which he lived. In the 9th century of the Common Era, in the northern reaches of what was then the Tang dynasty, there was an old man living in a ruined temple who had stopped trying to arrive anywhere. This was not, in the context of his life, a small achievement. His name was Zhaozhou Kongshen, and he had been walking for most of it. Born in the year 778, in the waning years of a dynasty that had once seemed permanent and was now clearly, to anyone paying attention, in the long and complicated process of becoming something else. He had entered monastic life, young, and almost immediately begun moving. He had walked to find his teacher, the great Nanquan Puyuan, a successor of the legendary Mazu, and had arrived at 18, which was young, and had stayed for decades, which was how long it took. He had sat with Nanquan through summers and winters and the accumulated seasons of a long discipleship, receiving teachings that were, in the manner of the best Chan teachings, more likely to dissolve your certainty than confirm it. He had received the Dharma transmission. He had watched his teacher die. And then, at an age when most people are consolidating what they have, settling into the patterns of the middle years, arranging things around themselves like furniture, he had begun to walk again. He walked for 60 years. Not continuously, not without pause. He stopped in monasteries, taught in courtyards, sat in forests, accepted the hospitality of farmers and merchants, and, occasionally, local officials who had heard of the wandering Chan master and wished to be associated with whatever it was he carried. But the walking was the essential thing, the not staying, the continual movement through a country that was itself in continual movement, changing dynasty, changing allegiance, changing the names of things, while the things themselves continued in their own stubborn manner. People asked him, sometimes, where he was going. He said he didn't know. They asked him what he was looking for. He said he had already found it. They asked him why, if he had found it. He was still walking. And to this question he gave different answers at different times, because the question deserved different answers at different times. And one of the things he had learned in 80 years of living was that the same question asked on different days is not actually the same question. At the age of 80, he arrived at a ruined temple in the prefecture of Zhaozhou, from which he would take the name by which history would remember him, and he stopped. Not because he was too tired to walk. He was, by all accounts, in robust health for a man of his age, sustained by decades of simple eating and rigorous practice, and the particular vitality that seems to attend people who have genuinely stopped worrying about sustaining themselves. He stopped because the ruined temple felt, in the way that certain places feel things to people who are paying attention, like the place where the walking had been headed. Not a destination he had planned, simply the place that was there when the walking was finished. The temple was not impressive. The roof of the main hall had partially collapsed, leaving one corner open to the sky, which was, in 3 out of 4 seasons, not a significant problem, and in the 4th was managed with canvas and philosophical equanimity. The walls needed repointing. The garden had been colonized by weeds of remarkable ambition. The bell tower contained a bell, but the rope for ringing it had rotted through. So the bell was rung each morning with a length of hemp cord that the monks knotted and re-knotted as it frayed. The kitchen produced food that was, by all reports, nutritionally adequate and experientially modest. Zhaozhou settled in. He taught a small group of monks. He received visitors. He drank tea, a great deal of tea, served in the plain clay cups that were the only cups the temple possessed, with the focused appreciation of someone for whom tea was not a backdrop to conversation, but the conversation itself. He made remarks that his students wrote down and puzzled over for years after he made them. He answered questions with questions. He answered questions with silences. He occasionally answered questions with what appeared, on the surface, to be complete non-answers, and which revealed themselves, over time, to be the most complete answers available. He lived this way for 40 years. It is the winter of the 41st year that we are visiting. The year itself had been difficult not at the temple, which existed in its customary state of benign austerity, but in the country around it, where the dissolution of central authority had produced the usual consequences: taxes that arrived erratically, roads that were maintained by no one, occasional soldiers moving through the countryside with the purposeful manner of men who have been told where to go, but not exactly why. The monks at the temple felt these things the way a pond feels a change in the weather, not directly struck, but responsive to shifts in the pressure of the world around them. It was into this winter that a young monk arrived. He had walked 3 days from the monastery where he had trained since adolescence, a larger, more established community in the province to the south, where the abbot was learned and the practice was serious and the food was considerably better than what the ruined temple offered. He had come not because his abbot had sent him, his abbot had, in fact, expressed some skepticism about the journey, noting that winter travel was hard and that the old master's reputation for producing useful teachings was, at best, inconsistent, but because he had to. The young monk's name was Wen Liang. He was 26 years old, had been practicing for 8 years, and was experiencing something he could not discuss with his abbot or his fellow monks, because the only way he knew to describe it would have sounded, to their ears, like a failure of practice rather than an honest report of experience. He was desperately, persistently, inexplicably lonely, not in the obvious sense. He had community. He had fellow practitioners around him at every hour. He sat in the meditation hall with 30 other monks, ate in the refectory with 30 other monks, worked in the gardens and the kitchen and the woodpile with 30 other monks. There was no external loneliness in his life. There was not a single hour of his day that was not structured around the presence of others. And yet, In the silence between the bell and the beginning of the sitting period, in the gap between the end of the meal chant and the first sounds of chopsticks and bowls, in the moments of transition between one activity and the next, in all those liminal spaces where the structure of the day briefly released him into himself, there it was, something wordless and persistent. Not grief, not despair, something quieter than both, and in its quietness, harder to address. He had increased his sitting hours. He had intensified his koan work. He had served in the kitchen with more attention, swept the courtyard with more presence, bowed at the altar with more sincerity. All of this had improved his practice in various measurable ways and done nothing whatsoever about the feeling, which had led him, eventually, to the conclusion that he needed to ask someone who might understand what he had not managed to understand through effort. He had heard stories about Zhao Zhou. Everyone had heard stories about Zhao Zhou. He arrived at the ruined temple in the late afternoon of the third day of walking. His feet sore in the careful way that feet get when they have been well used without being abused. His robe dusted with the pale winter road. A young novice let him in, showed him the guest room, a small room off the back corridor, cold but clean, with a sleeping mat and a clay oil lamp and a view, through the single window, of the collapsed corner of the main hall, where snow had been accumulating on the fallen rafters for weeks and had produced, entirely without intention, something that looked almost architectural, as though ruin, given enough time and sufficient snowfall, becomes its own kind of structure. He sat with Zhao Zhou the following morning. The old master was seated on a low platform at one end of the teaching hall, a room that was warmer than the corridors because a brazier burned at its center, producing heat and a thin aromatic smoke from the chips of pine that fueled it. Zhao Zhou himself was smaller than Wen Liang had expected, not diminished exactly, but compact. The way things get compact when they have been reduced to their essentials over a very long time. His face held the expression that certain very old people acquire when they have resolved their argument with existence. Not serene exactly, but settled. At home, in a way that has nothing to do with the specific room. Tea was brought. They drank it. The fire in the brazier breathed its slow, pine-scented breath. "I am lonely," Wen Liang said finally. He had decided, on the 3-day walk, to say it directly rather than approaching it obliquely, because approaching difficult things obliquely was a habit he had identified in himself as a form of self-protection. And he had decided that self-protection was not what this journey was for. Zhao Zhou looked at him. His eyes, in that old and compact face, were entirely alert, the eyes of someone who was never, in 119 years, stopped paying attention. "Where?" said Zhao Zhou. Wen Liang blinked. "Where?" he repeated. "The loneliness," said the old master. "Where is it?" This was not the question Wen Liang had prepared for. He had prepared for several questions about his practice, about his community, about the nature of his attachment. He had not prepared for a question about the location of the feeling. "In my chest," he said. After a moment, in the gap between, he stopped. He tried again. "In the moments between things, in the space where connection should be." "Should be," said Zhao Zhou. "Yes." The old master set down his cup. He was quiet for a moment, in the particular way that his silences were quiet, not empty, not waiting to be filled, but active, the way a held breath is active. "You have walked 3 days," he said. to sit in this room. Yes, said Wen Liang. In those 3 days, Zhaozhou said, was there a moment when the road was not beneath your feet? Wen Liang considered this carefully, because he had learned already, in one morning, that this teacher's questions were not decorative. No, he said. Was there a moment when the cold was not in the air around you? No. Was there a moment when the sky was not above you? A pause. No. Then you were not alone, said the old master simply. You had the road. You had the cold. You had the sky. He picked up his cup again. You have been in contact with something every moment of those 3 days. The contact did not stop. Your awareness of it stopped, periodically. That is a different thing. Wen Liang sat with this. It was not immediately comfortable. It had the quality of most genuinely useful things, the quality of fitting correctly rather than pleasantly. The way a well-made sandal fits differently than a soft but ill-fitted one. You feel the correctness before you feel the comfort. But the road is not, he began. Is not what? Said Zhaozhou. The young monk tried to find the word. Is not a person, he said finally. It is not someone who knows me. It is not someone who... Look at that wall, said the old master. Wen Liang looked at the wall. It was a plaster wall, patched in several places. The patches a slightly different shade of white from the original surface. Through the high window above it, a rectangle of winter sky was visible grey, deep, moving with clouds that had been moving since long before either of them was born and would continue moving long after. Does the wall know you? Zhaozhou asked. No. Are you separate from it? Wen Liang looked at the wall more carefully. He looked at it in the way that the old master's question demanded, not the glance of recognition. The wall filing its wall category in the mind's taxonomy, but actual looking. The specific texture of the plaster, the way the light from the brazier made the patches visible as patches, slightly raised from the surface. The way the light changed along the wall's length as the clouds moved across the window. He looked at it for a long time. Something shifted. In that looking, that was difficult to name. Not an experience of oneness, not anything dramatic. Simply the gradual softening of a previously invisible membrane. The sense that the distance between himself and the wall was less absolute than it had appeared when he had not been looking at it. Everything is in contact, Zhaozhou said, in the tone of someone stating something obvious, which it was, which was precisely the thing about it. The wall and the light and your eye and your mind and this moment and the moment before it, all of it touching, all of it continuous. The loneliness you feel is real. I do not say it is not real, but it is the experience of forgetting that you are inside a contact that has never stopped. Not the contact itself disappearing, only the remembering of it. He poured more tea. Outside, in the courtyard, one of the novices was sweeping snow, the sound of the bamboo broom on the stone flags, methodical and unhurried. A sound that had been occurring in temple courtyards across China for centuries. The same sound, the same stones, the same sweeping away of what the sky deposits and the resumption of what was there before. Have some more tea, said Zhaozhou. This was Wen Liang would think about for the rest of his life. The teaching, not the words before it. The tea, the weight of the cup in his hands, the warmth moving into his palms, the steam rising between his face and the old master's face, that fragile column of rising warmth connecting them across the distance of the low table. The taste slightly bitter, then clean, then nothing. The aftertaste dissipating like a thought that has been noticed and released. He was in contact with all of it. Every particle of it was available to him. The road he had walked, the cold air, the sky, and now this room, this fire, this old man who had been walking for 60 years and had finally sat down and found in the sitting everything the walking had been for. He was not alone. He had not been alone for a single moment of the 3 days. He had only been, in certain moments, absent from the contact that was continuously present. He stayed at the ruined temple for 3 months. He swept the courtyard. He repaired the hemp rope on the bell 3 times as it continued to fray. He drank a great deal of tea. He received, in those 3 months, no formal teachings, no sutras recited, no dharma talks delivered, no structured instruction in technique or doctrine. Only have some tea. Only look at the wall. Only, is there a moment when the road is not beneath your feet? When he finally left, in the early thaw of the following spring, walking back south through a countryside that was cautiously, experimentally green again, he was aware with each step, with the particular attention that 3 months of practice with an old master had given him, of the road beneath his feet. The cold, which was still present but thinning. The sky, which was the sky, which had always been the sky, which would always be the sky. He was aware of being in contact, and the loneliness was still there. It would be there, in one form or another, for the rest of his life, because it is there for most lives, because that is the nature of being a person who is paying attention, but it had lost a quality it had previously possessed. It had lost the quality of verdict, of finality, of door closed permanently. It was weather now, rather than climate. Something that came and went inside a larger sky that was always there. Something that could be felt fully without being confused for the whole of what was real. What Zhao understood and what the tea was teaching. Always, in every cup, is that the mind's experience of loneliness is not evidence of actual separation. It is evidence of a particular direction of attention. A forgetting, temporary and correctable, of the contact that underlies everything. This is what the Chan tradition means when it says, ordinary mind is the way, not a special mind, not a purified mind, not a mind that has achieved something or understood something or arrived somewhere. The ordinary mind, the mind that feels the weight of the cup, the temperature of the tea, the specific quality of this moment's light on this specific wall, that mind is already in contact with everything, already inside belonging, already home. In the only sense that home can mean something real. The loneliness you carry tonight is real. The ache of it is real. The way it sits in the chest and makes the room feel larger than it is, that is real. But it is not evidence that you have been left out of something. It is evidence that the attention has briefly turned away from the contact that was never interrupted. The cup is in your hands right now, if you allow it to be. Not a literal cup, the cup of this moment. This breath, which is real. This weight of the body, which is real. This sound, whatever sound it is, the house settling, the distant murmur of the world going on outside this window, the almost silence that is not quite silence, because nothing is ever quite silent when you actually listen. All of it touching you. all of it continuous with you. All of it, in the oldest and most literal sense, keeping you company. Feel the weight of your hands. Let them rest where they are resting, heavy and warm, in contact with whatever is beneath them. Feel the specific texture of that contact, not in general. Specifically, this texture, this surface, this moment. You are in contact. You have been in contact every moment of this night, this day, this life. The contact did not stop. Only, sometimes, the remembering of it pauses, and then gently, without drama, the way Xiaozhou poured tea, it can be remembered again. Just this breath, just this weight, just this specific moment of contact with the one life you are actually living. Let the breath go long and slow on the exhale. Let the next one arrive without any assistance from you. Let the body do what it knows how to do. In the dark, while the mind rests from its long labor of explaining things. If sleep comes now, let it come. The next story will be here when you need it, or it will find you in the drift between waking and sleep, which is its own kind of country, soft-edged and without obligation. We travel next to the high Himalayas, to a cave above the snow line, where a man who had once done terrible things sat alone for years, not because he was punishing himself, but because he had discovered that the cave was full of something the crowded world had not been able to show him. A story of loneliness so complete it became, over years of sitting, something entirely different from loneliness. Rest now. Let the breath be your only work. There is a cave in the Himalayas, above the village of Braga in the Manang Valley, where the stone walls are blackened from centuries of butter lamps and the air inside smells of cold rock and old incense, and something else, something harder to name. The way certain places accumulate not only the physical residue of habitation but something less tangible, the quality of sustained attention, of many hours of sitting in the same posture with the same question in a space that has gradually, over generations, learned to hold it. This is the cave where Milarepa lived. Not always. He moved through many caves, in many valleys, during the years of his practice, following the high routes between peaks, the way water follows the lowest path, by nature rather than by decision. But this valley, this particular elevation above the agricultural terraces and the stone-walled houses of the village below, was one of the places he returned to. One of the places that had shaped him and been shaped by his shaping. We know a great deal about Milarepa because he sang. He was, in addition to being one of the most significant figures in the history of Tibetan Buddhism, one of the most prolific poets that tradition produced, composing his dohas, his songs of realization, not in the formal setting of a monastic study hall, but sitting in the mouths of caves, standing on mountain passes, walking the high routes between one valley and the next, singing to whoever was there and sometimes to no one at all, which he did not consider a waste. He had been taught by his master Marpa that the Dharma was not a possession to be guarded, but a river to be lived in, and his songs were the sound of that living. He had not always been a singer. He had been, in the years before his practice, a sorcerer. This is not a metaphor. He had studied black arts from a genuine practitioner of them, had learned to cool down hailstorms, had used that knowledge to destroy the enemies. His mother had identified the uncle and aunt who had stolen his family's wealth, after his father's death. Reducing his mother and sister to poverty and humiliation, and the particular bitterness that settles into a person when they have been robbed by people who should have protected them. He had killed people. He had felt, afterward, the weight of what he had done, not immediately, not in the heat of the revenge, but later, in the cooling after, when the hailstorm had passed and the destruction was a fact and the dead were dead and nothing about any of it could be undone. He had gone to Marpa because there was nowhere else to go with that weight. And Marpa, great translator, difficult teacher, a man who combined genuine spiritual attainment with a personality that made genuine spiritual attainment seem, at times, like something he was using against you, had taken him on, had put him through years of the most demanding discipleship in the history of a tradition not generally known for its leniency, had made him build towers from stone and then tear them down, build them again and tear them down again, in a process that was less about the towers than about the systematic dismantling of every fixed position Milarepa had ever held about who he was and what he deserved and what suffering meant. After years of this, years of trial and exhaustion, and the specific despair of someone who works as hard as they can possibly work and still cannot reach the thing they are working toward, Marpa had finally, and with his characteristic mixture of affection and difficulty, taught him, had given him the tantric transmissions, including the practice of tumo inner heat that would allow him to survive Himalayan winters in a cotton robe, had sent him into the mountains to practice, and Milarepa had gone and practiced for years and years, in cave after cave, on peak after peak, in conditions that would have been insupportable for most people, and were, for him, the specific conditions he required, not because he was indifferent to comfort, but because he had learned something about the relationship between discomfort and attention, had learned that the stripped-down life, the life in which there is almost nothing to manage, creates a kind of clarity that the furnished life rarely permits. His skin turned green from living on nettle soup. He wore one cotton robe in temperatures that drove other men to their heaviest wool. He sat in caves where the wind came through the entrance like something with specific intentions, and he sat through the wind, and beyond the wind, and into the stillness that the wind, paradoxically, was always pointing at. He had been alone for a long time when his sister found him. Her name was Peter. She was younger than him, had been a child when the family's catastrophe began, had grown up in the shadow of it, had lived the diminished life that follows dispossession with the particular resilience of someone who has no alternative to resilience. She had heard, gradually, through the years, that her brother had become something that the boy who had left to study revenge had returned, had been transformed, had gone into the mountains and become a figure that people traveled days to reach. She had heard this with the complicated feeling of someone who does not know whether to be proud or simply sad that the transformation required this particular shape. She found him at Drakar Taso White Rock Horse Tooth Cave in what would have been, by the calendar of that time, the mid-11th century. She had climbed for most of a day to reach him, arriving in the late afternoon when the light on the valley below was the color of old bronze and the peaks above were already in shadow. She found him sitting in the cave mouth. He was meditating, or something adjacent to meditation. The distinction, for Milarepa, had long since ceased to be a meaningful one, since he had stopped being able to identify a clear boundary between the formal practice and the rest of his life. His eyes were open. He was looking at the valley with the specific quality of attention that has nothing to do with analysis and everything to do with presence. He looked, she thought, appalling. His robe was the color of old moss. His body, visible at the wrists and face, was thin in the way that is past ordinary thinness, and his skin had taken on the faint greenish cast that was the unmistakable signature of his nettle soup diet. His hair was long and loosely gathered. He had the beard of a man who has stopped having opinions about beards. He also looked, and this was the thing that confused her, completely at peace, not performing peace. Not the peace of someone who has decided that peace is what a spiritual practitioner should look like. Something underneath performance, something that came from the bones outward. The peace of a person in whom the argument between what is and what should be has been, finally and genuinely, resolved in favor of what is. "Brother," she said. He turned and looked at her. His face changed not with surprise, because she had the sense that very little surprised him anymore, but with something warmer and more specific than equanimity. Recognition, genuine gladness of a particular kind. "Sister," he said, "you climbed the whole way." "I climbed the whole way," she confirmed. She sat down on a rock near the cave mouth. She was not yet going to go inside. The inside looked, from the entrance, even more austere than the outside, which she had not previously believed possible, and looked at him. And he looked at her, and for a moment neither of them said anything, which was its own kind of conversation. She had brought food. She had carried it up the mountain specifically for him, good food, the kind she had spent money she could not really spare on, because she had imagined him starving in a way that turned out to be simultaneously accurate and completely misleading. She unwrapped it. He accepted it with gratitude and ate it with attention, and she watched him eat and felt, very unexpectedly, not pity but something closer to envy, the envy of watching someone do the most ordinary thing with the most complete presence. "You look terrible," she said. Eventually, "I know," he said, agreeably. "You are too thin." "I am." "You are living in a cave." "Yes." She looked around at the valley, the peaks, the darkening sky in which the first stars were beginning to appear. At the highest elevations, the stars always come first at altitude, appearing there before they appear lower down, as though the mountain has a prior claim on them. It was beautiful, she admitted to herself. It was devastatingly, inconveniently beautiful. It made the argument she had been preparing on the walk up considerably harder to make. "Come down," she said. "Come to a monastery. You could teach. You could have proper food. You could sleep in a room with a door that closes properly and a roof that doesn't." She looked at the cave ceiling. "Consist of rock." She paused. "You could be with people." Milarepa was quiet for a moment. He had the remnants of the food she had brought in his hands, and he was not eating it anymore, just holding it, looking at the valley. "Do you know what I thought?" he said. "In the first years here, before the practice deepened, before the tummo came and the cold stopped being cold in the way it had been cold." "What?" she asked. "I thought I was the loneliest person alive," he said, not as a complaint, simply as a description. "I was in a cave. There was no one within a day's walk who knew my name. The wind came in at night, and there was no one to speak to about the wind. There was no one to share the meal with, such as it was. No one to mark the passing of the days. No one to witness that I was here." He paused. Below the cave, in the valley, a string of yak bells could be heard faintly, someone moving their animals to the lower pasture before the full dark came. And then, he said, something began to change. Not quickly. Not in one moment of revelation, though there were moments that were like that. Moments where the whole thing opened at once like a door. But mostly slowly. The way the light changes on these peaks, not suddenly, but continuously, so that you cannot point to the moment when it became evening. Only notice that it is. Peter was listening. She had not intended to listen this carefully. She had come to argue her brother back to the world, not to be instructed by him. But something in the way he was speaking had bypassed the part of her that was preparing arguments. What changed? She asked. I discovered, Milarepa said, that the cave was not empty. He let that sit for a moment. Not in any mystical sense, though, that too. Eventually, but first, simply, the cave was not empty. There was the cold, which was a presence. There was the wind, which was a presence. There was the rock beneath me, which had been rock before I was born and would be rock after I was gone, and had a kind of duration I could feel through my legs and into my spine when I sat against it. There were the stars, which I had never actually looked at before, not truly looked at. The way you look at something when there is nothing else demanding your attention. I looked at them for the first time in that cave. Really looked. And discovered that they are not decoration. They are presence. They have been present in the sky since before the first human voice was raised in this valley. And they will be present long after the last one falls silent. The yak bells had faded. The first stars that had appeared at the highest elevations were now joined by others lower down. The sky darkening from indigo at the zenith to a deep bronze at the horizon where the last light was leaving. And then, he continued, something else, more difficult to describe. I began to feel, not think. Feel the presence of all those who had sat in this way before me. Not as ghosts. Not as visions. As something more basic than either. As the awareness that the practice I was doing had been done by others. In caves like this. In forests. On mountain passes. In huts above snow lines. Across centuries and across the whole range of human circumstances. By people whose names I knew and people whose names were never recorded. And that, all of that sitting, all of that sustained, earnest, often painful sitting was somehow present in the act of my own sitting, like a river that contains all the water that has ever flowed through it. Peter was quiet. The wind had picked up slightly, moving through the cave mouth with its familiar persistence. The loneliness, Milarepa said, was real. I am not saying it was not real. It was one of the most real things I had ever felt. But I had been confusing it with separation. And they are not the same thing. The loneliness was the feeling of a self that was used to defining itself through its reflections in other people, suddenly deprived of those reflections. That self was genuinely disoriented, genuinely distressed. But underneath that self, and this is what the practice eventually showed me, there was something that had never been separated from anything. Something that was as continuous with the rock and the wind and the stars as the river is continuous with the rain that falls into it. He looked at his sister. The quality of his gaze was the quality she had noticed when she arrived, that complete attention, the attention of someone who is not elsewhere. Come down with me, she said again, but more quietly now. The argument had not changed, but the way she was making it had. He smiled. It was the smile she remembered from their childhood, unchanged. Somehow, by everything that had changed around it. Not yet, he said. "There is still something here that is not finished." She stayed the night. She slept in the cave, which was, as she had suspected, even more austere than it appeared from the entrance on a mat Milarepa provided from his own minimal supply, wearing her heaviest robe against the cold that intensified through the night hours. She woke once, in the deepest part of the night, and saw her brother sitting in the cave mouth, absolutely still, looking at something she could not see. The stars, probably the valley, the darkness that held both of them. She lay there for a long time watching him, and gradually, not all at once, but gradually, the way the light changes on the peaks, she understood something she had not understood when she arrived. That what he was doing was not absence. That the figure in the cave mouth, thin and green and alone above the sleeping valley, was not missing from the world, but was present in it in a way that she had not previously encountered. Present in it the way the rock was present, the way the stars were present, with a quality of continuity that did not depend on being seen. She climbed down in the morning. She brought him food again the following season, and the one after that. She worried about him always, the way you worry about someone you love who has chosen a life you cannot entirely follow. But she stopped asking him to come down, because she had seen, in that night, in the cave above the valley, that he was not alone, that he had never been alone, even in the years before the practice showed him what was actually there. That the loneliness he had felt in those early years had been the necessary and appropriate pain of a self-discovering that its previous methods of locating itself in the world through other people's recognition, through belonging to a family, through the social fabric that tells us who we are by reflecting us back to ourselves, were not the deepest method available, and that the deeper method was exactly what he had found, not instead of human connection. Alongside it, beneath it, continuous with it. The awareness that the rock knows, the awareness that does not require reflection, because it is itself the ground in which reflection occurs. What Milarepa discovered in the years of his cave practice, and what he sang in hundreds of songs in dozens of valleys across the high Himalayan world, is something that every tradition in tonight's stories has pointed at from a different direction. Something about the nature of loneliness that requires a certain quality of sitting with to reveal itself. Loneliness arrives with a story that you are separate, that the membrane between yourself and everything else is absolute. That connection is a thing to be achieved, worked for, earned, and that in its absence you are fundamentally incomplete. But what the cave shows, what the long sitting shows, what the stripped-down life shows when there is nothing left to distract from the actual quality of experience, is that the membrane is not where it appears to be, that the separation is not as absolute as it presents itself, that underneath the story of the alone person in the alone cave, there is something continuous, something that was not made when you were born and will not be unmade when you are gone. Something that is in contact with the rock and the wind and the stars, not as a spiritual achievement, but as a simple fact of what awareness is. This does not make the loneliness disappear. Milarepa felt lonely in that cave, genuinely, achingly lonely. In the early years, the feeling was real. The honoring of it is important. But he sat with it long enough to find out what was underneath it. And what was underneath it changed the nature of what the loneliness was. Changed it from evidence of separation into a pointer, a doorway. The same word Gyeongheo used, walking the roads of Korea, a century and a continent away. as though the same truth had arrived independently at the same image, because there is only so many things you can call a truth this simple. You are not required to achieve connection tonight. Connection is not something you are outside of, working to get into. You are already inside it. You have always been inside it. The question is only whether the attention is close enough to the surface of the present moment to feel the contact that is always there. Feel the weight of your body now. Let it be heavy. Let it rest against whatever is holding it, the surface beneath you, which is solid and real and continuous with the rock that Milarepa sat against in the cave above Braga. The same earth, the same matter, unchanged in its essential nature across all the centuries between that cave and this room. Let your breath be what it is, not a technique, not a practice, just the breath, doing what it does, carrying the body through the night the way it has carried the body through every night of this life. If there is loneliness in the room with you tonight, let it be there. Don't make it leave. Don't argue with it. Just let it be what it is, a visitor, sitting in the cave mouth, looking at the valley, and notice that you are the cave, not the visitor. The awareness in which the visitor sits, the visitor comes and goes, the cave remains. And as that understanding begins to sink below the level of thought, below the level where thoughts live and move, let the next exhale carry it deeper. Let the next inhale bring nothing but air. Let the body grow heavier, the mind grow softer, the boundary between this moment and the next moment grow less precise. The next story takes us to a cremation ground in northeastern Thailand, where a young monk sat alone in a rainstorm, cold, drenched, stripped of every comfort, and discovered something so fundamental that he spent the rest of his life teaching it in the simplest possible language. To the farmers and students and wanderers who came to sit with him in the forest, he made his home. If your eyes are closing now, let them close. The forest will be there when you arrive. There is a night in the biography of Ajahn Chah that his students return to again and again, not because it is the most dramatic night of his life, and it is certainly not the most comfortable, but because it contains something that his later teaching never quite moved beyond. Something he discovered in the rain and the dark of a cremation ground in northeastern Thailand that became, in the years that followed, the quiet center of everything he offered. He was in his late 20s when it happened. He had been a monk for nearly a decade, ordained at 20, trained in the traditional curriculum of scriptural study that the monastery system of mid-20th century Thailand provided. Competent in Pali, knowledgeable in doctrine, genuinely devoted to the path, and increasingly, almost unbearably, aware that none of it was getting him to the place he needed to go. He knew about suffering. He could recite the Four Noble Truths with his eyes closed, could explain dependent origination in 3 different registers of complexity depending on the level of his audience. He could describe the experience of liberation with precision and elegance, but he could not find it. This gap, the gap between knowing about the Dharma and living inside it, between the map and the territory it was supposed to describe, had become, by the time he was in his late 20s, the central fact of his life. More urgent than comfort, more pressing than the opinions of his teachers or the expectations of his monastery. He had studied enough to understand that something he was doing was wrong, or something he was not doing was necessary, and that the difference between those 2 possibilities was not available to him in any book. He had heard of Ajahn Mun. Ajahn Mun Buddhadatta was the great revival master of the Thai forest tradition, the teacher who had, in the early decades of the 20th century, revived the ancient practice of the wandering forest monk, reclaiming the Dhyatanga practices that the Buddha himself had endorsed as paths to deepening concentration, sleeping under trees, eating from the alms bowl once a day, dwelling in forests and cremation grounds and other places that press the practitioner against the reality of impermanence with an intimacy that monastery walls could buffer. Ajahn Mun had gathered a lineage of students who moved through the forests of northeastern Thailand, like the monks of ancient India had moved through the forests of the Gangetic Plain with very little stum and with tremendous attention. Ajahn Chah set off to find him. He walked 400 kilometers across Thailand, sleeping in forests, eating from his bowl in the villages he passed through, beginning the practice of forest dwelling before he had found his teacher, simply because the walking itself was already teaching him something the sitting had not. He found Ajahn Mun eventually, and the meeting was brief. Ajahn Mun died not long after, but it contained something essential. Ajahn Mun told him, in words Ajahn Chah would repeat for the rest of his life, that the teachings were vast and complex in their detail, and at their heart utterly simple. Everything arises in the mind. Watch the mind. Right there is the path. In the years after Ajahn Mun's death, Ajahn Chah continued as a wandering forest monk, moving through the countryside of the northeast, sitting in forests and caves, practicing the Dhyatanga disciplines, developing the meditation that was slowly, unevenly, with frequent reversals and long plateaus, becoming something he could inhabit rather than something he was studying. It was during this period, the wandering years, the years of practice without fixed address, that the night at the cremation ground occurred. He had been practicing in and around Ubon Ratchathani province, the region where he had been born, the flat and forested country of the far northeast, where the Mun River moves through rice fields and the sky in the rainy season produces weather of considerable ambition. The cremation grounds in rural Thailand of that era were not the managed, bounded spaces of a city cemetery. They were forest clearings at the edge of villages, places where the village brought its dead, burned what needed burning, and left the ashes to the rain and the seasons. They were, in the understanding of the forest tradition, ideal places for a monk to sit, not because of morbidity, because of honesty, because a place where the impermanence of everything was visibly, inarguably present, was a place where the mind could not maintain its usual fictions about permanence without a level of effort that tended, under examination, to collapse. Ajahn Chah arrived at this particular cremation ground in the late afternoon, assessed it with the practical eye of a wandering monk who has learned to read a site for what it offers: shelter, level ground, proximity to water, freedom from interruption, and set up his umbrella tent and his mosquito net and his sleeping mat with the economy of someone who does this every night and has reduced the process to its minimum. He ate what he had been given on his morning alms round not much, as was typical of that period of his practice, and sat down to meditate as the light faded. It was, initially, a quiet evening. The birds moved through their dusk routines. The insects conducted their business. From the village at the edge of the forest, the sounds of evening life arrived faintly: cooking smells, voices, a dog making its opinion known about something. Ajahn Chah sat through all of it, watching the mind do what minds do when they are asked to be still, which is everything except be still, at least initially. Then the rain began. Not a gentle rain. The rain of the northeastern Thai rainy season, when it commits. commits completely a rain that arrives without preamble and proceeds without apology, turning the forest floor into a series of small rivers in minutes, soaking through the mosquito net, finding every gap in the umbrella tent with the methodical determination of water pursuing its nature. Within 20 minutes, Ajahn Chah was wet in the comprehensive way that admits no gradations. Not damp, not uncomfortably moist, soaked through to the bone, sitting in a cremation ground in the dark, the rain coming down with such force that it was audible on the leaf canopy above him as something close to continuous thunder. He was also, suddenly and completely, terrified. Not of the rain, not of the dark. The terror was less specific than either of those objects would have required. It was the terror of the groundless, the terror that arrives when every layer of comfort and familiarity in structure has been stripped away simultaneously, and what remains is just a person. Just this one person, in the dark and the rain, without any of the things that ordinarily tell a person who they are and whether they are safe. He had no monastery walls around him. He had no teacher nearby. He had no community of fellow practitioners whose shared presence creates the particular comfort of shared endeavor. He had no roof, no dry clothes, no warm food, no human voice. He had the rain and the dark and the cremation ground and the sitting. And this was the thing he would return to in later years with a quality of wonder that never quite diminished. He had the loneliness. Not as a visitor, as a presence so complete and so undeniable that there was no possibility of avoiding it, dressing it up, managing it into something more palatable. It was there. It was the whole room. It was the rain and the dark and the ashes in the earth and the distance between himself and every person he had ever known, his family, his teachers, his fellow monks, the villagers whose food he had eaten that morning, all of them impossibly far away, impossibly absent. And the distance between where he sat and where they were was not a metaphor and could not be made into one. He sat with it, not heroically, not with the composed bearing of a monk who has mastered his responses, with the shaking, cold, a frightened bearing of a young man who has been left completely alone with the most honest experience of his life and cannot locate a way to manage it into something else. He sat with it because there was nothing else to do, and something happened that he would spend decades trying to describe to the students who came to sit with him in the forest, using different words at different times, simpler words, mostly because he had discovered that the simplest words were the most accurate. The loneliness stopped fighting him, not because it disappeared. It was still there, the rain was still there, the dark was still there. The distance between himself and everyone he knew was still exactly what it was. But at some point in the sitting he could not have said exactly when, because this is not the kind of thing that has an exactly when he stopped trying to be somewhere other than where he was. Stopped trying to be someone other than who he was in this moment. Stopped the internal argument about whether this was acceptable, whether he could endure it, whether it would end. He simply was in the cremation ground, in the rain, in the dark, in the loneliness, and in the stopping of the argument. Something else became available. Something that had been there throughout beneath the terror, beneath the loneliness, beneath the rain and the cold, but that the argument had been making too much noise to hear. He would describe it later as stillness. Not the absence of sensation. The rain was still loud. The cold was still cold. But a stillness underneath all of that. A quality of the awareness itself that was not disturbed by what it contained. The way the sky is not disturbed by the weather that moves through it. The way the forest floor is not disturbed by the rain that falls on it, it receives it. It is changed by it, but it remains the forest floor. He sat through the rest of the night. When dawn came grey and wet and smelling of wet earth and the particular sweetness of rain-soaked forest, the smell that northeastern Thailand produces after a heavy night rain, which is one of the most complete smells in the world, he was still sitting, cold, stiff, hungry, entirely alive in every cell of his body in the way that a night like that makes you alive. And something in him was different. Not enlightened, he would have been the first to reject that description with the particular humor he brought to inflated claims. But settled, as though a question that had been hanging in the air of his inner life for years had been answered, not with an argument, but with an experience, as though the thing he had been trying to find by learning about the Dharma had been there all along in the texture of the actual moment. And the learning had been necessary in the way that a map is necessary, helpful, even essential, for orientation. But the map was not the territory, and the territory required being walked in directly, in the rain, in the dark, without the map in hand. He rose. He folded his mat. He packed his umbrella tent with the water still running off it. He walked out of the cremation ground into the grey morning of the wet forest and continued down the road toward wherever the next village was, toward the next alms round, toward the next meal and the next teaching and the decades of students who would come to sit with him in the forest he eventually founded and who would receive from him something he could never quite describe but could always transmit. He told them, many years later, sitting in the forest of Wat Nong Pa Pong, surrounded by the monks who had come from across Thailand and eventually from across the world to practice with him. He was a man who had once been terrified in a cremation ground in the rain, and that terror had been necessary, and that loneliness had been necessary, not as punishment, as medicine, as the specific and irreplaceable medicine that only absolute honesty can provide. In the Thai forest tradition, there is a teaching about what the practitioners call the second arrow. The Buddha described it this way: when a person is struck by an arrow, they feel pain. This is unavoidable. The arrow is real. The pain is real. The wound is real. But most people, immediately upon being struck, fire a second arrow into themselves. They feel the pain, and then they suffer over the pain. They resist it, argue with it, demand that it stop, tell themselves stories about why it should not be there, why it is unfair, why it is more than they can bear. The second arrow is not the pain. The second arrow is the resistance to the pain. Ajahn Chah sat in that cremation ground and felt the full force of the first arrow, the loneliness, the cold, the terror, the complete unmanageability of the situation. He felt all of that without any possibility of pretense. And at some point in the night, the second arrow, the argument, the resistance, the demand that things be different, simply exhausted itself, ran out of the energy required to keep firing. And in the quiet that followed its exhaustion, the first arrow could be felt directly, without the second arrow's noise obscuring it. And what he found, feeling the loneliness directly without the argument layered over it, was that it was workable, that it was not. In fact, the evidence that something had gone permanently wrong, that the feeling, fully felt rather than argued against, had a quality of aliveness to it that the argument had been covering, that underneath the loneliness held there, by the stillness that was there before and through and after the loneliness, was something that the rain and the dark had not touched and could not touch. Not because it was invulnerable, but because it was not the kind of thing that weather acts upon. This is what the forest offered him. Not comfort, not reassurance. The specific and difficult and ultimately irreplaceable gift of being forced to find out what was actually there when everything else was taken away. You are not in a cremation ground tonight. You are not cold and drenched and sitting alone in the dark of an unfamiliar forest. You are here, in this room, with whatever warmth and covering and shelter this room provides. And the loneliness you may be carrying is real. The first arrow is real. And the honoring of it is important. And no teaching worth its name will ask you to pretend otherwise. But the second arrow, the argument over the loneliness, the story about what it means, the demand that it resolve itself before you are allowed to rest, that you can, tonight, set down. Not because the loneliness will disappear when you set it down, but because without the argument layered over it, the feeling can be felt directly. And what is felt directly, in the Thai forest teaching, always shows you more than what is argued about, always reveals something underneath itself that the argument was obscuring. The stillness is here right now, not as an achievement, not as something you need to create. As what was here before, the loneliness arrived and will be here when it moves on. As the forest floor receiving the rain changed by it, present with it, undisturbed in its essential nature by what passes through. Feel the surface beneath you. Let it be the ground. Let the weight of your body be fully given to it. The way Ajahn Chah's body gave itself to the cremation ground floor in the rain, not with resignation, but with the specific relief of surrendering an argument you were never going to win. Let your breath do its quiet work. In and out. In and out. The same breath the forest breathes. The same breath the rain-soaked trees were breathing. That grey dawn above the cremation ground, when a young monk rose from his mat and walked into the world, carrying something he could not have learned any other way. You are not required to go anywhere tonight. You are not required to resolve anything. You are only required to be here, in the way the forest floor is here, receiving whatever falls on it, remaining what it is. If you drift off here, that is perfect. If you drift off here, that is exactly perfect. Let the breath lengthen. Let the exhale carry away the last of whatever the day required you to hold. Let the next inhale come on its own, without your help, without any assistance from the thinking mind. The way the dawn comes on its own above the wet forest, grey and clean and smelling of everything that the rain has just washed. The next story carries us westward and higher to the peaks of Tibet, to the 14th century, to a scholar who had argued with other scholars and left the argument behind and climbed alone to a mountain called the White Skull Snow Mountain, where the altitude and the solitude and the vast Tibetan sky conspired to show him something about the nature of the awareness that feels alone, that no argument in any monastery had been able to show him. Rest here. Let the forest hold you. In the 14th century, on a mountain in Tibet called Gangri Toka, the White Skull Snow Mountain, there lived a scholar who had stopped arguing. This was not a small thing. Long Chenpa had been arguing, in one form or another, since he was old enough to form a position and defend it, which in his case was quite young, because he had arrived at Samye Monastery, Tibet's oldest and most venerable institution, with a mind of such unusual precision and range that his teachers had found themselves on more than one occasion, in the slightly uncomfortable position of being outthought by their own student. He had studied everything: Madhyamaka, philosophy, Yogacara, mind-only doctrine, Abhidharma, analysis of consciousness, the vast and intricate cosmological systems of Tibetan Vajrayana, the Nyingma school's ancient tantric transmissions, the new Sama school translations pouring in from India. He had consumed all of it with the focused appetite of a mind that understood that the territory of suffering and liberation was enormous, and that any map attempting to describe it was worth examining carefully. He had also, at a certain point, come into conflict with scholars at Sangpu, the great monastic university in central Tibet, and had left, not in disgrace, not in defeat, but in the way that a person leaves a room when they understand that what they need is not available in that room. He had left the argument. He had gone to practice in the solitude of the mountains. As teachers from every tradition in this collection of stories have done at the crucial moment, because something about the mountains, about altitude and cold and the radical reduction of social texture, creates conditions in which the mind cannot maintain its usual performances and is forced, eventually, to encounter itself directly. He was 31 when he entered the dark retreat. 8 months of complete darkness, in a sealed room during the winter of 1332, alone with his mind and whatever his mind was capable of producing in the absence of all external input. This is a practice that exists in the Nyingma tradition as a specific and demanding form of intensive retreat, not metaphorical darkness, not simply seclusion, but the complete and literal absence of light, the removal of the last external reference point, the radical stripping of everything except the awareness that remains when everything else is gone. He emerged from that darkness, changed in a way he did not have words for immediately, and spent the rest of his life developing the words for gradually. In the more than 270 texts he eventually wrote, texts that would become the definitive, philosophical, and contemplative literature of the Dzogchen tradition, the Great Perfection, the most radical pointing at the nature of mind that Tibetan Buddhism produced. But it is not the dark retreat we are visiting tonight, and it is not the prolific scholar of Samye we are sitting with. It is the Longchenpa of the final years, the Longchenpa of Gangri Turka, the White Skull Snow Mountain, where he had retreated in the last years of his life and where he produced, among other things, the text that scholars would later call his most revealing statement of the Dzogchen view, the treasury of the Dharmadhatu, a text that reads, in the translations available to us, less like a philosophical treatise and more like someone trying to describe the color of light to someone who has always had their eyes closed. He arrived at Gangri Tokar, having already spent decades teaching, establishing retreat centers, transmitting the Dzogchen lineage to students who had walked days and weeks through the Tibetan high country to reach him. He arrived old enough to know that the teaching he had been giving was pointing at something that the teaching itself, however brilliant, could not contain. He arrived, in other words, ready to stop teaching for a while and simply be in what the teaching was pointing at. The mountain was high enough that the air at his hermitage thinned the breath into something almost pleasurably insubstantial. The sky above Gangri Turka, at that altitude, had the quality that the Tibetan plateau sky is known for, not the sky you see from lower elevations, where the atmosphere diffuses the light into familiar blue, but a sky that begins to reveal its own nature, deeper and more spacious than the sky you thought you knew, with a luminosity that feels less like reflection and more like emanation, as though the light is coming from within the sky rather than simply being scattered by it. He had a small stone hermitage, a sleeping platform, a low table, the essentials of a practice life, which are not many. He had his texts, or some of them he had long since passed beyond needing to consult texts the way a student consults a map. But he kept certain ones the way you keep a photograph of a landscape you love, not for information, but for the specific quality of attention they evoked. He had, most importantly, the mountain. And he had, though he would have chosen a more precise word, the loneliness. Not the loneliness of a young monk who has not yet found his footing. Not the loneliness of someone who has been deprived of connection they needed. A different kind, the loneliness that comes to teachers at the end of long teaching careers, when they have given so much of what they know to so many students that the giving itself has revealed the edge of what language can carry. The loneliness of someone who has pointed, again and again, in the same direction, and who knows that every pointing, however skillful, falls short of the thing it is indicating. He sat with it in the mornings, when the light was coming across the peaks from the east and turning the snow on the summit above his hermitage, the particular pink gold that exists only in the first minutes of high-altitude dawn, when the light is horizontal and the shadows are long, and everything has the hyperreal quality of something seen very clearly for the first time. He sat with it in the evenings, when the temperature dropped with a rapidity that reminded him, always, of the teaching on impermanence, not as a concept, but as the felt experience of warmth becoming cold, of the golden sky becoming indigo, becoming black, of the day ending with the totality that only a day at altitude ends with. He sat with it at night, when the stars above Gangri Toka had the luminosity of the sky at altitude closer, brighter, more numerous than the stars seen from the valleys, as though the extra elevation had lifted him into a different relationship with the cosmos than the one available at lower heights. And in that sitting, in the accumulation of those sittings, season after season, the mountain making its slow revolution around the sun, something clarified that had been in the process of clarifying for decades. Something that all the texts had been pointing at, and that only the mountain, finally, in the particular conditions of the final years, was able to show him without the medium of language. He wrote about it, naturally, because he could not help writing about it, because writing was his way of attending to experience, the way Milarepa sang, and Ryokan painted calligraphy, and Ajahn Chah spoke in parables in the forest shade. He wrote, "Matter and spirit are the same in intrinsic spaciousness. Buddha and sentient beings are the same in intrinsic spaciousness. The one who feels alone and the vast awareness in which that feeling arises are the same in intrinsic spaciousness." Spaciousness. This was the word he kept returning to. Not emptiness. Emptiness is easily misunderstood as absence, as lack, as the cold negative space of nothing. Spaciousness is something else. Spaciousness is what becomes available when the arguments and the performances and the stories and the managed identities are set down long enough for the awareness itself to be noticed, the awareness that was there before the problem, stories began, and will be there after the last one ends. That contains every feeling and thought and sensation the way the sky contains weather, without being made or unmade by any of it. He wrote of it in the mornings, when the light turned the snow pink gold. He wrote of it at night when the stars were close. He wrote of it in language that tried, again and again, to point past itself not at a doctrine, not at a philosophy, but at something that could only be indicated, the way you indicate the moon by pointing at it, knowing that your finger is not the moon, and that the person looking must eventually stop looking at your finger. The awareness that feels alone, he wrote, is not itself alone. It cannot be alone. Aloneness requires a boundary, requires a self on one side of the boundary and everything else on the other side. But what is the boundary made of? Where? Precisely. Is the edge of the awareness that is reading these words? Is it at the surface of the skin? Is it at the edge of the thought? Is it somewhere between the breath that enters and the breath that leaves? Look for the boundary. Find its exact location. And notice what happens when you actually look, carefully and honestly, rather than assuming the boundary is where the story says it is. This was the investigation he was conducting on the White Skull Snow Mountain. In those final years, in the specific light of that specific altitude, not looking for liberation as a destination, looking at what was actually here, in the awareness itself, when the overlay of story and argument and managed identity was, even temporarily, allowed to rest. What he found, what the mountain showed him, in the gradual way that mountains show things, through repeated exposure rather than sudden revelation, was that the awareness itself had no loneliness in it. That the loneliness was something that arose in the awareness, moved through the awareness, and passed, the way weather passes. But the awareness in which the loneliness arose was spacious, was continuous, was, and this was the word he came back to most often, turning it in his mind, the way you turn a stone to see how the light changes on its different faces, was primordially pure, not purified through practice, pure in its original nature, before any story about separation or belonging had been added to it. Pure as the sky is pure, not because nothing moves through it, but because nothing that moves through it changes what it essentially is. There was a student who came to him in those final years at Gangri Turkar. A young woman, a practitioner from the valley below, who had been studying the Dzogchen teachings for several years and who had reached the point in her practice where understanding was no longer the problem. She understood the teachings. She could articulate them clearly. She could point herself in the direction they were pointing, but the feeling of loneliness persisted. Through all her understanding, through all her practice, through all her careful and dedicated study of the texts, there it was, returning in the evenings, sitting with her through the nights, present in the gap between one activity and the next, quiet and persistent and entirely unmoved by the fact that she knew, philosophically, that it was not what it appeared to be. She climbed the mountain to ask Longchenpa why. He listened to her description of the situation with the attention of someone who recognizes not only the problem, but the specific stage of the path the problem belongs to. He was quiet for a moment after she finished. The light on the snow above them was the flat silver white of midday, the kind of light that has no shadow in it, that makes the mountain look theoretical. "You are trying," he said, "to use understanding to dissolve the feeling." She considered this. "Is that wrong?" "It is the wrong tool," he said, not unkindly. Understanding is excellent for understanding. It is not designed for feeling. When you understand that the sky contains clouds without being changed by them, you have understood something true. But the sky does not need to understand this in order to contain the clouds. The sky simply is what it is, spacious, continuous, unchanged by what moves through it. The practice is not to understand this about yourself. The practice is to be it. She sat with this. "But how?" she asked. Eventually, the most honest question. The question underneath all the other questions. He gestured at the mountain around them, at the sky above it, at the snow on the summit that had been there since before either of them was born. "Feel where you are. he said. Not think about where you are. Feel it. The air on your face, the cold of the stone you are sitting on, the weight of your body on the earth, the breath moving in and out not as a practice, just as the fact of breathing, which is happening whether you attend to it or not. She felt it. The air, the cold stone, the breath. Now, he said, feel the feeling of loneliness. Not the story about the loneliness. The feeling itself. Where in the body is it? What texture does it have? What does it actually feel like when you touch it directly, without the story layered over it? She felt it. In the chest, a pressure, a weight, not entirely unpleasant. She found, when the story was removed from it, just a pressure, a weight, a density of sensation in a specific location in the body. And now, he said, even more quietly, feel what is feeling it. Feel the awareness that is noticing the loneliness. Not the loneliness itself, the awareness of it. The spaciousness in which the pressure and the weight are arising. A long silence. The mountain held them both. The sky above the mountain held the mountain. The light that had no shadow fell on everything equally, on the scholar and the student, and the stone hermitage, and the snow above them, and the valleys far below, where villages were going about their afternoon lives in complete ignorance of the investigation being conducted at altitude. It is large, she said. Finally, her voice had changed quality slightly. Something had released in it. Yes, said Longchenpa. It is. She searched for the word. It contains the loneliness. But it is not the loneliness. No, he said. It is not. Another silence, longer than the first. It has never been the loneliness, she said, with the tone of someone discovering something they had known all along. No, he said again. It has never been. She stayed at the hermitage for 3 days. She sat in the mornings when the sky was pink gold and the breath was visible in the cold air. She sat in the evenings when the temperature dropped with its reliable rapidity. She sat at night when the stars were close and the awareness that holds them was closer. She sat with the loneliness, inside the spaciousness, and the loneliness did what all weather eventually does: it moved. Not away permanently, but through, the way the cloud moves through the sky, leaving the sky exactly as it found it. She climbed down the mountain on the 4th day. She carried nothing she had not arrived with, except the specific and embodied knowledge that the thing that was aware of the loneliness was not itself lonely. That is the thing that cannot be taken away. That cannot be added to and cannot be diminished. That was there before the first story about separation was told and will be there after the last one has been released. The Dzogchen teaching that Longchenpa spent his life articulating the teaching that the White Skull Snow Mountain spent those final years showing him in the language of light and altitude and the radical exposure of a sky with no ceiling is the most direct pointing in all of tonight's stories at the thing all of them are pointing at. Not at a practice. Not at a method. Not at something to be achieved through effort or understanding or the accumulation of merit or the completion of any particular sequence of steps. At what is already here, in the awareness itself, prior to the loneliness and larger than it. The one who feels alone is real. The feeling is real. The ache of it, the specific texture of it in the chest, the way it makes the room seem larger than the room, is all of that is real and honest and deserves to be met honestly. But the one who feels alone is not the whole of what you are. Underneath that, one or more accurately, around that one. The way the sky is around the cloud and not underneath it, there is the awareness itself. Spacious, continuous, primordially pure, in Long Chenpa's language, unchanged by what moves through it, the way the sky is unchanged by the weather it contains. You cannot find the edge of this awareness. You cannot locate the boundary between where you end and where the room begins. Try, if you like, not as an effort, but as an honest investigation. Look for the exact line. Notice what happens when you actually look, rather than assuming the boundary is where the story says it is. What you find, looking honestly, is that the boundary is more precise than the story, that the awareness is more continuous, more spacious, more shared than the story of the alone person in the alone room has suggested. Not because you are not a specific person, in a specific room, with a specific life. You are all of those things. But the awareness in which that specific person lives and moves is not confined to those specifics. It opens, when looked at directly, into something much larger, into the same spaciousness that Long Chenpa was watching on the White Skull Snow Mountain in the 14th century, the same spaciousness that holds the stars, the same spaciousness that held Milarepa in his cave and Ryokan in his hut and Ajahn Chah in his cremation ground, and all the people who have ever sat with a feeling too large for words and discovered, underneath it, something that words were never going to be able to hold anyway. You are inside that spaciousness right now. You have always been inside it. The loneliness arises in it and passes through it, and the spaciousness is not disturbed. The breath arises in it and passes through it, and the spaciousness is not disturbed. The night arises in it and will pass through it. And by morning, something that is not the spaciousness, the dream, the sleep, the particular quality of a night genuinely rested in, will have moved through and left it exactly as it found it. Let your body grow very heavy now. Let every muscle that has been holding something, the shoulders, the jaw, the long muscles of the back, the hands, the feet release downward into what is beneath them. Let gravity do its simple and reliable work. Let the weight go where weight goes when it is not being managed. Let the breath be the sky's breath, arriving without being summoned, leaving without being pushed, continuous and effortless and entirely indifferent to whether you are paying attention to it. Let the awareness rest in itself, not turned outward, searching, not turned inward, analyzing, simply resting, the way the sky rests, which is to say not resting at all in the effortful sense, but simply being what it is, containing what it contains, spacious and continuous and entirely undisturbed. If sleep is here, it is welcome. The next stories will carry themselves. The spaciousness in which you are resting knows where they go, and you will find them there, in the soft country between waking and sleep, in the territory that has no name and requires none. Rest now. Let the White Skull Snow Mountain hold you in its enormous and impersonal and entirely compassionate sky. There is a road in ancient Sri Lanka that begins at the edge of a city and disappears into a forest. And it was walked, in the centuries around the 3rd and 4th Common Era, by people who were carrying things they did not know how to put down. The city was Anuradhapura for centuries, the royal capital of the island, a place of considerable grandeur and considerable noise. with its enormous dagobas rising white and dome-shaped above the tree canopy, its busy markets along the Malwathu Oya River, its monasteries housing hundreds of monks in the settled and institutional form of Theravada Buddhism that had arrived on the island with the monk Mahinda in the 3rd century before the Common Era and had woven itself, in the centuries since, into the fabric of everything. The city had kings and merchants and craftspeople and farmers and soldiers and monks in great number. And it had because all cities do. Because all collections of human lives do, people who lay awake at night in the midst of all of that company and felt, with a persistence that company could not resolve, entirely alone. The forest began where the city's confident management of space ended. Not an immediate transition, there was a stretch of agricultural land, rice paddies and garden plots, and the houses of farming families who worked the land around the city's edges. And then the cultivation thinned, and the forest began its slow and serious work of being forest. Old growth, much of it trees that had been standing since before the city was a city, with root systems that had sorted out their relationships with the soil long before any human authority had arrived to organize anything. Undergrowth that had developed its own logic over centuries. The particular density of a forest that has not been managed, which is different from the density of a managed forest, the way wild water is different from water in a pipe. In this forest, some distance from the city, far enough that the city's sounds had reduced to a low and unintrusive presence, close enough that a person could reach it without the journey becoming its own ordeal. There was a forest monastery. It was not a large monastery. 3 or 4 monks maintained it in the way that forest monasteries are maintained, not by extensive building and decoration, but by clearing paths, keeping the small meditation platforms clear of undergrowth, maintaining the water cistern that collected the rains of the monsoon seasons and held them through the dry months, ensuring that the lamp in the small shrine building was kept lit. The rest was forest. The rest was the education that the forest provides to those who are willing to sit in it long enough to receive it, which requires, above all, patience, and the willingness to be where you are rather than where you imagine you should be. The senior monk of this small community was a man named Sunanda. He had been a monk for 37 years. He had come to the forest monastery after spending his first decades of practice at one of the great city monasteries of Anuradhapura, a large institution, well supported, with a substantial library and a regular schedule of teaching that attracted students from across the island. He had studied carefully and practiced seriously and taught with genuine commitment, and at some point in his late 40s, he had recognized, with the clarity that comes to careful practitioners at a certain stage, that what he was teaching was somewhat ahead of where he was actually living, that the words were good words and the pointing was accurate pointing, but that the territory the words described had not yet been fully inhabited. He had requested permission to go to the forest. His abbot had granted it with the particular mixture of respect and mild concern that abbots extend to monks who are sufficiently advanced to know what they don't yet know. He had walked out of the city and into the trees and had been there, with brief interruptions, ever since. He was now in his middle 80s. His robe was the deep ochre of a cloth that has been washed many hundreds of times in the same river water, the color settling deeper with each washing rather than fading, the way certain things deepen with use. His face had the quality of very old trees, not diminished by time but concentrated by it, the way wood becomes denser at the heartwood than at the outer rings. He walked slowly. He spoke rarely. When he spoke, it was with the economy of someone who has discovered that most of what gets said in the course of a day could be left unsaid without significant loss to anyone. He was sitting on his meditation platform, a simple, raised wooden surface at the edge of a cleared area, open to the forest on 3 sides. with a view through the canopy to a strip of evening sky when the woman arrived. Her name was Sumana. She was perhaps 40 years old, the wife of a cloth merchant in Anuradhapura, the mother of 3 children who had grown into their own lives with the completeness that children achieve and parents are required to witness. She had walked the road from the city in the late afternoon, carrying a cloth bundle that contained a small offering of food for the monastery, and, more pressingly, a weight she had been carrying in her chest for 2 years that no physician and no city monk and no amount of pragmatic effort had managed to address. Her husband was a good man. Her children were healthy. Her house was comfortable. These were the facts, and she had rehearsed them so many times in the effort to argue herself out of what she was feeling that they had taken on the quality of a memorized text, accurate, present, and entirely failing to reach the place they were aimed at. Because the place they were aimed at was not the mind that evaluates and compares and concludes that gratitude is the appropriate response. It was the chest, where the weight sat and where gratitude and logic and reasonable perspective arrived and circled without landing. She had heard of the old monk in the forest. She had heard that he did not give lengthy teachings. She had heard that people came to him with complex questions and left with something that was not the answer to the question, but was more useful than any answer would have been. She had heard this from a neighbor whose husband had died and who had walked the forest road in the year after his death and returned, changed in a way she could describe only as quieter. She arrived at the monastery as the last of the afternoon light was moving up the tree trunks from the ground level toward the canopy. The way evening light retreats in a forest from the bottom upward, surrendering the lower spaces to shadow while the upper canopy remains briefly illuminated. A young novice monk met her, accepted the offering with a small bow, and led her along the cleared path to where the senior monk was sitting. She bowed. She sat on a low wooden seat that the novice placed for her at the edge of the platform. She folded her hands in her lap. Sunanda looked at her with the unhurried attention of someone who has no competing appointments. She had prepared what she wanted to say. She had prepared it on the walk through the forest, organizing the situation into clear and communicable form: the good husband, the healthy children, the comfortable house, the inexplicable and persistent loneliness that none of these things could address. She had the structure of the explanation ready. She opened her mouth and said nothing, not because she had forgotten what she was going to say, because in the actual presence of the old monk's attention, the specific quality of it, unhurried and undemanding, present in a way that the city's air of constant purposefulness never was, the prepared words seemed suddenly to belong to a different kind of conversation than the one that was available here. She sat with the not saying. The forest around them was entering its evening mode, the bird song transitioning from the busy afternoon register to the slower, more widely spaced calls of dusk, each call more clearly separated from the next, with longer silences between them that were themselves a kind of presence. The light continued its slow retreat up the trunks. A small lizard moved across the wooden platform near Sunanda's feet with the complete self-possession of a creature that has never questioned whether it belongs where it is. After a long time, she could not have said how long, because time in that forest clearing moved differently than time in the city market. More slowly and more fully, Sunanda spoke. "You came a long way," he said. "Not so far," she said. "From the city, from before the city," he said, gently. She looked at him. There was something in the phrase that found a location in her chest near the weight and pressed against it with quiet accuracy. "Yes," she said. And then, without the prepared structure, you don't know what to do with it. "With what?" he asked. Not because he did not know, because the naming of it mattered. The she searched. The space that is there when I am with my husband, and also when I am alone, and also when I am in the market, and also when I am with my children, even when they were small and needed me every moment. It has always been there. I thought it would go away when I married. I thought it would go away when the children came. I thought she stopped. I have spent a great deal of time thinking it would go away. Sunanda was quiet. In the trees above them, a single bird called a sound, like a question asked at a great distance, without expectation of answer. The forest received it and moved on. What does it feel like? He said. Not what you think about it. What does it actually feel like in the body, right now? She had not been asked this before. The physicians asked about symptoms. The city monks asked about her practice. Her husband, bless him, asked what he could do. No one had asked what it actually felt like in the body right now. She felt it. With the attention his question had directed toward it, the actual attention, the bodily attention, not the analytical attention. In the chest, she said, after a moment, like a hollowness, like a bell that has been struck and is still resonating, but the original sound has passed, and what remains is the resonance itself, which is not quite sound and not quite silence, but something between them. He nodded slowly, as though this was a description he recognized. May I tell you something? He said. She nodded. That resonance, he said, the thing between sound and silence that is not emptiness. That is not absence. That is the sound of awareness itself, when it is not covered by noise. He paused. The bell does not ring by accident. It rings because something struck it. And what struck it, in your case, is not a wound and not a failure and not something that should have been healed by marriage or by children or by the accumulation of a good life. He was quiet for a moment. What struck it is the fact of being alive, which carries this resonance always, and which most people spend their lives avoiding hearing clearly because the noise of the world is loud enough to cover it. Sumana sat very still. The evening had deepened around them. The canopy above was dark now. The sky between the branches, a deep blue-grey that would be black within the hour. The first insects of the night had begun their business. Somewhere deeper in the forest, something moved through the undergrowth with the soft deliberateness of an animal that knows where it is going. Then it will always be there, she said. Not with despair, with something more complex than despair. Something that was trying to decide whether what it was hearing was a sentence or a key. Yes, said the old monk. It will always be there. In the same way that the sky is always there, whether or not you are looking at it, whether or not you are comfortable with the fact of it. He paused again. But what changes what the practice offers is not the removal of the resonance. It is the relationship to it. The discovery that the resonance is not a wound. That it is, in fact, the sound of being here, of being aware, of being alive in the specific and irreplaceable way that you, and only you, are alive. They sat together as the dark came fully down. The novice monk brought a small oil lamp and set it on the edge of the platform, and its flame made a warm circle in the forest darkness that contained them both, the old monk and the woman from the city. Two people sitting with the oldest and most ordinary fact of human experience, the resonance that the living carry always, the bell that does not stop ringing. She did not ask him to explain further. He did not offer to. What he offered instead was something more immediate and more useful than explanation. He simply sat. He sat with the quality of someone for whom sitting is not a preparation for something else, but is itself the thing. He sat the way the forest sat, present, unhurried, containing everything that moved through it without being disturbed. And Sumana, sitting across from him in the lamplight, felt something she had not felt before in relation to the resonance in her chest. Not that it had stopped, it had not stopped, but that it was, in this moment, in this forest clearing, in the company of this silence and this lamp and this old monk who had walked into the forest 37 years ago and found what the forest had to offer, that it was acceptable. Not in the resigned sense of accepting what cannot be changed, in the deeper sense that it was appropriate, that it was, in fact, the correct sound for this life to be making, that the resonance was not evidence of something missing, but of something present, the presence of awareness itself, alive and attentive and carrying, in its very resonance, the proof of its own unbroken continuity. She stayed until the lamp had burned halfway down. She bowed. She walked back through the forest in the dark, the path familiar enough by then that her feet found it without her needing to see it. The city lights appeared through the trees as she neared the edge of the forest, warm and busy and entirely real, and she walked toward them with the weight in her chest unchanged, and something in her relationship to the weight entirely different. She had not lost the resonance. She had found out what it was. The Theravada teaching that Sunanda carried in his 37 years of forest practice, and that the Buddha articulated in the Pali Suttas in language of great simplicity, is perhaps the most honest thing any tradition says about the experience of loneliness, that it is inherent to the experience of being a conscious being in a body, in a life, in a world, that it is not a malfunction, that it is not evidence of inadequacy or insufficiency or an improperly lived life, that it is the resonance of awareness itself, the sound that consciousness makes when it is sufficiently quiet to be heard. This does not make the feeling less real. This does not make the ache of it less present. What it does is change the relationship to the ache from struggling against something that should not be there, to resting with something that is here because it belongs here, because it is the sound of the bell that is you, ringing in the way that bells ring, continuously and without apology. You have been carrying this resonance tonight, perhaps for longer than tonight. You have brought it here, to this hour, to this darkness, to this listening, and it has come with you, not because you failed to leave it behind, but because it is not the kind of thing that can be left behind. It is the sound of your own awareness, noticing itself, the bell of your own life, resonating. Let it resonate, not with effort, not with acceptance as an achievement, but simply let it be what it is. Let the feeling in the chest be the feeling in the chest, without the story about what it means. Let the resonance continue, the way a struck bell continues long after the striking, the tone gradually becoming so fine and so high that it passes below the threshold of ordinary hearing and becomes something the body knows rather than the ears. The forest is dark around you now. The lamp is burning low. The old monk is sitting in his clarity and his stillness and his 37 years of the forest's patient teaching. And the forest is sitting around him. And the darkness is sitting around the forest. And somewhere inside, all of that sitting there, is a woman walking home along a path her feet know, carrying the same weight she arrived with, feeling, for the first time, that the weight was never a wound. Let your breath lengthen now. Let the exhale be longer than the inhale. the way the body naturally exhales more fully when it is genuinely resting. Let the inhale arrive on its own, without invitation. Let the rhythm find itself, the way the forest finds its rhythm at night, not organized, not managed. Simply the natural arising and passing of everything that the night contains. Feel the warmth beneath you. Feel the specific and irreplaceable fact of your body in this specific and irreplaceable moment. Let the resonance in the chest be what it is, not a problem, not a wound, not a signal that something has gone wrong. The sound of the bell that you are, ringing in the dark. You don't need to do anything with it. You only need to let it sound. The next story takes us north, back to the granite mountains of Korea, to a monastery that has been sitting in the same valley for centuries, where a young monk spending his first winter alone on the mountain discovered that the bell he could hear in the pre-dawn dark was ringing not only for him, but for everyone who had ever heard it, and that in that ringing, something that had felt like solitude revealed itself as the oldest and most continuous form of company there is. Let your eyes be closed now, if they are not already. Let the breath carry you. The story will find you wherever you are. There is a bell in a Korean mountain monastery that has been rung every morning before dawn for more centuries than the records clearly show. The bell itself, a large bronze casting, green with age at its shoulders and dark at the striking point where the wooden mallet has contacted it daily, across the accumulated mornings of its existence hangs in an open-sided wooden pavilion above the main courtyard of the monastery. Its sound, when struck, is not a simple sound. It begins with the impact, a dense and resonant initial note, full and round, and then opens, the way a hand opens when something held in it is released, into an expanding ring of overtones that rises through the cold air of the pre-dawn dark and spreads across the valley with the patient authority of something that has been doing this for a very long time and sees no particular reason to hurry. The monks say that the bell rings for all sentient beings, not as a figure of speech, as a literal description of what the ringing is for. It rings for the ones asleep in the valley below. It rings for the animals in the forest on the surrounding slopes. It rings for the people in the cities far to the south who cannot hear it but who are connected, through the long and unbroken chain of human breath and human sleep and human waking, to every bell that has ever been rung in the pre-dawn dark anywhere in the world. It rings for the dead. It rings for the not yet born. It rings for all of them simultaneously. And the sound that spreads across the valley carries all of those ringings in it, one inside the other. The way the light from a single lamp can illuminate a room that contains many people who have no other connection to each other. It was this bell that a young monk named Hangwon heard on the first morning of his first winter alone on the mountain. He was 22 years old. He had been practicing for 4 years at the main monastery in the valley, having arrived at 18 in the way that young people sometimes arrive at monasteries, not through careful deliberation, but through a kind of recognition. The recognition of someone who has found the thing they were looking for without having known they were looking for it. His family had been puzzled. His friends had been puzzled. Hangwon himself had been, if he was honest, somewhat puzzled. He had simply known, with a clarity that made deliberation feel beside the point, that this was where he needed to be. 4 years of training had shaped him in the ways that 4 years of serious practice shapes a person. Had given him a foundation in sitting, in the formal rhythms of the monastery day, in the relationship between effort and release that the sitting gradually teaches, In the early stages of the Hwadu practice that the Korean Seon tradition places at the center of its method, he had sat with his great question, the question that every Seon practitioner is given to carry, to hold, to press against the habitual mind until the habitual mind releases its grip with increasing intensity and decreasing certainty about whether he was doing it correctly, which his teacher had told him was a sign of progress, though it did not feel like progress from the inside. At 22, his teacher had suggested, with the particular combination of gentleness and irrevocability that characterized his teacher's suggestions, that Hangwon spend the winter in the small hermitage above the main monastery. Alone. Not in complete isolation, there was a path down to the main monastery that he could use in genuine emergency, and a supply of food would be left at the hermitage entrance twice a month. But otherwise, alone. In the way that the Korean Seon tradition had been sending practitioners into mountain solitude for centuries. Because the mountain and the cold and the radical reduction of the social world produced conditions that the busy monastery, however excellent its training, could not replicate. Hangwon had agreed. He had felt, when he agreed, a mixture of things that he would describe to himself later as excitement, confidence, and a complete failure to understand what he had agreed to. The hermitage was a small stone building with 2 rooms, a main room with a low table, a fire pit, and a sleeping mat, and a smaller anteroom where firewood and supplies could be stored. The roof was good. The walls were solid. The floor was ondol, the radiant heated floor of Korean tradition, connected to the fire pit in a way that, when the fire was properly maintained, spread a reliable warmth through the stone in the manner of the earth's own body heat. It was, by the standards of mountain hermitages, comfortable. What it was not was populated. The first week was manageable. Hangwon organized his routines with the careful attention of someone who understands. At a theoretical level, that structure is what holds a solitary practice together. He rose at 4. He lit the lamp. He sat until dawn. He ate his simple meal. He did walking meditation on the cleared path outside the hermitage. In the cold, that at this elevation in this season had a quality that suggested it was not merely weather, but a feature of the landscape. As permanent and structural as the granite outcroppings that rose from the snow on the slope above him. He sat again in the afternoon. He sat again in the evening. He slept. By the second week, the structure was holding, but something underneath it was shifting. The silence, which had seemed, in the first days, like a gift. The silence he had been pursuing through 4 years of monastery practice, with its bells and chanting and the constant low-level noise of dozens of people sharing a space, had deepened into something more demanding. Not oppressive, but present in a way that made demands. The silence of a monastery is a managed silence. A cultivated silence. A silence that exists in relationship to the sounds around it and is given its quality by that relationship. The silence of a mountain hermitage in the deep winter was different, older, less managed, less in relationship to anything. It simply was what it was, and it asked the person inside it to be what they were, without the softening effect of other presences. Hangwon found out what he was without the softening effect of other presences. He found a mind that was considerably busier than the sitting had suggested. A mind that, deprived of the social texture that had been absorbing much of its output in the monastery, turned its considerable energy toward itself, reviewing conversations from years ago, constructing imaginary dialogues with people who were not there, cataloguing small grievances and smaller embarrassments with a thoroughness that would have been impressive if it had been directed at something useful. He found a body that missed, with a specificity he had not anticipated. The simple physical presence of other people in a shared space, not conversation, not relationship, just the background fact of other bodies moving through the same air, creating the small sounds and small disturbances that the body interprets as company even when the mind is not engaged with them. And underneath all of that, underneath the busy mind and the missing body company, underneath the structure of his practice and the carefully maintained routines, he found the loneliness, not a mild homesickness, not the ordinary missing of people he cared about, which he had expected and prepared for. Something larger and less specific than that. Something that the philosophical preparation of 4 years of monastery training had described accurately and failed entirely to adequately anticipate. The kind of loneliness that is not about being separated from specific people, but about the nature of being a person, the fundamental, inescapable privacy of consciousness. The fact that no experience can be fully shared, that every awareness is, in some irreducible sense, alone with itself. He sat with it, because there was nothing else to do. And because he had agreed to this, and because his teacher had told him he returned to this often, in the second and third weeks, that whatever arose in the mountain, solitude should be treated as the teaching, not as an obstacle to the teaching, as the teaching itself. And then, on the morning of the 23rd day of his winter retreat, he woke at the usual hour and lay for a moment on his mat in the darkness before the lamp was lit, and heard the bell. It was distant, the monastery was below. The sound had to travel up the mountain through the cold air and the snow-laden trees and the long silence of the pre-dawn dark. But it was clear. The bell rang once, paused, rang again, in the pattern that he had heard every morning for 4 years, but had never, until this morning, fully heard. Because in the monastery the bell was surrounded by everything else, by the sounds of other monks rising, by the creak of the floor, by the particular quality of many presences becoming alert simultaneously. Here, on the mountain, the bell arrived alone, in perfect silence, and could be heard completely. He lay still and listened. It rang its full sequence. 18 rings in the traditional Korean counting, and then silence. And in the silence that followed the last ring, something happened that Haengwon would spend years trying to find language for and never quite succeed, because the language of the thing and the thing itself were not the same, and the thing itself was simple enough that language, in attempting to describe it, inevitably made it sound more complicated than it was. The sound of the bell was still in the air, fading, the fundamental tone gone first, the overtones remaining longer, rising higher in pitch as they faded, becoming finer and finer until they passed below the threshold of hearing. And in that fading, in that almost silence that was the last breath of the bell's ringing, Haengwon understood, not as a thought, but as a felt experience, that the bell was not ringing for him. Not only for him, the bell was ringing for the monks who had rung it 300 years ago and 500 years ago, who had risen in the pre-dawn dark of the same valley and struck the same bell, or the bell that had been there before this bell, the first bell or the second bell, in the long succession of bells that had occupied the same pavilion and sent the same sound across the same mountains to wake whoever was sleeping in the hermitage above. The bell was ringing for all the monks who had ever spent a winter on this mountain, alone, in the pre-dawn cold, lying on their mats listening. The bell was ringing for the farmers in the valley below who had grown up hearing it as the sound that preceded morning. who would never come to the monastery, but whose lives had been marked by the bell's rhythm in the same way that their lives were marked by the rhythm of planting and harvest, of rain and dry season, of the reliable and continuous turning of the world. The bell was ringing for all of them simultaneously, and the sound that reached Hengwan on his mat in the hermitage above was not a private communication, but a participation in something that had been happening since before he was born and would continue happening after he was gone. He lay still for a long time after the sound had fully faded. Then he rose and lit the lamp and sat. The sitting that morning had a different quality from the sitting of the previous 22 days. Not easier was not the word, but differently located. As though the hermitage and the mountain and the valley and the bell and the centuries of mornings in which the bell had rung and the monks had risen had all become the context in which the sitting occurred, rather than the hermitage being a container and the silence being a problem inside it. As though the solitude had not disappeared, but had revealed itself as something other than what it had appeared to be, not the absence of company, but a particular form of company. The company of everyone who had ever sat in this way, in this tradition, on this mountain, or a mountain like it, carrying their huadu into the pre-dawn dark and pressing it against the habitual mind with patient and sustained attention. His teacher had told him, in one of their final conversations before he ascended to the hermitage, that the Seon tradition was not a collection of individual practitioners, each pursuing their own liberation in isolation. It was a river. It was a river that had been flowing since the first teacher sat with the first student and pointed in the direction that teachers since then had been pointing across China, across Korea, across the centuries, and the linguistic changes and the dynastic upheavals and the suppressions and the revivals and all the ordinary and extraordinary events of history. The river had never stopped. And every practitioner who sat, whether in a great monastery or a small hermitage on a winter mountain, was sitting in the river, not beside it. Hengwan understood this now, not as a statement to agree with or disagree with, but as the immediate felt quality of his sitting. He was in the river. He had always been in the river. The 22 days of solitude had not separated him from the river. They had stripped away enough of the ordinary noise and texture of social life that the river had become audible. He could hear it now. The way you can hear a stream when the wind stops, not because the stream had been absent when the wind was blowing, but because the wind had been louder. He spent the rest of the winter on the mountain. The loneliness did not disappear, it continued to arrive, continued to have its quality of depth and weight, and the specific ache of the person who is genuinely alone in the pre-dawn dark. But it arrived now into a different context. It arrived into the knowledge, not the thought, but the knowledge. The bodily knowledge that the aloneness was held, that the river was there, that the bell that rang every morning in the valley below was ringing for all the mornings that had ever been, and that this particular morning, this particular monk, this particular pre-dawn cold and darkness were part of something so much larger than the hermitage walls, that the hermitage walls were almost funny in their inadequacy as a container. He descended in the spring. His teacher looked at him without saying anything for a long moment. Then he said, "You heard the bell." Not a question. "I heard the bell," said Hengwan. His teacher nodded. He poured tea. They drank it together in the morning light of the monastery courtyard, the same courtyard where the bell hung in its pavilion, the bell that had been ringing since before either of them had arrived and would ring long after both of them had gone. And in the drinking of the tea, there was a quality of company that Hengwan had not been able to feel before the winter, the quality of two people who are sitting in the same river, who both know they are in the river, and for whom that shared knowing is itself a form of belonging so complete that words are neither necessary nor adequate. The bell rings for you tonight, not as a metaphor. In the most literal sense available, there have been practitioners across the centuries of every tradition in tonight's stories in Korean mountain monasteries, in Thai forest clearings, in Himalayan caves, in Vietnamese bamboo groves, in Chinese ruined temples, in Japanese hermit huts, who have sat in the pre-dawn dark with the same ache you are carrying and who have found, in that sitting, what Hangwon found. And their sitting is part of the river you are sitting in now. In this dark, in this room, with this breath moving through you, the river has always been here. It was here before you lay down tonight. It will be here when you wake. It does not require your belief, or your understanding, or your effort. It only requires, and this is not a requirement, but an invitation, your presence. Your willingness to be here, in this moment, as you are. Let the bell ring in you now. Not a sound, a quality. The quality of the long pre-dawn silence of a Korean mountain morning when the bell's last overtone has just passed below the threshold of hearing, and what remains is the finest possible residue of the ringing, the memory of the ringing in the body before the body has released it. That finest residue, let it move through you. Let your body be the hermitage. Let the darkness be the pre-dawn dark of the mountain. Let the breath be the river, always moving, always arriving, never the same breath twice, never departing from what a breath is. In and out, the most ancient rhythm available, older than the bell and older than the monastery and older than every tradition that tonight's stories have visited. Feel the weight of your body settling. Feel the particular quality of this moment, this specific, unrepeatable moment in the long river of all the moments that have been and will be. This is the moment the bell is ringing for. Not the past moment, not the future moment. This one, exactly as it is, with whatever you are carrying and whatever the darkness around you contains. You are in the river. You have always been in the river. The aloneness is real, and the river is real, and they are not opposites. They are the two faces of the same teaching, the same mountain, the same bell ringing in the pre-dawn dark for everything that has ever been awake in the night and wondered whether the night knew it was there. The night knows. Let your breath carry this knowing down below the level of words now. Let it settle into the body where knowing lives when it has finished being a thought and becomes simply true. Let the jaw release. Let the shoulders release. Let the hands be open and heavy, the way hands are in genuine sleep, the way hands are when they have finally put everything down. The last story is waiting, not with urgency, not with the bright alertness of something that needs to be attended to, but with the soft patience of a bamboo grove in the pre-dawn dark, swaying in a mountain wind that has been blowing since before any of us arrived and will continue long after we have returned to wherever we came from. It is there when you need it. It may already be finding you in the drift between this breath and the next. Let the next exhale carry you toward it. Let the river carry you. You don't need to swim. You only need to stop holding yourself apart from the current, which has been flowing in your direction all along, which has always been flowing in your direction, which knows where you are going even when you have forgotten. On the mountain called Yentu, in the hours before dawn, there is a sound that the bamboo makes. It is not quite wind and not quite water. It is the sound of 10,000 hollow stems moving together in the mountain air, each one slightly different in diameter, in age, in the particular tension of its walls, so that what arrives at the ear is not a single sound, but a layering of sounds, high and low, and everything between, braided together into something that is not quite music and not quite speech, and is, in the honest assessment of anyone who has sat with it long enough, something more useful than either. The grove is old. The bamboo on the middle slopes of Yentu has been there since before the monk who was once a king climbed the mountain and named his school for it Trúc Lâm, the bamboo grove. The grove was there when the first hermits built their stone shelters in the clearings. It was there through the invasions and the reconstructions and the centuries of monks coming and going, ascending in spring and descending in autumn, or staying through the winter when the mountain cold settled into the stone walls of the hermitages and required the fire to be kept burning through the night without interruption. The grove does not know any of this history in the way that a person knows history. It knows it the way the body knows, the rhythm of its own breathing, not as information, but as condition, as the simple fact of what it is and has been and continues to be. Tonight a practitioner sits at the edge of the grove, not a historical figure, not a master whose name is recorded in any text or whose teachings have been preserved in any collection. A person, the kind of person who has always existed and always will, who has found their way to a practice and a tradition and a mountain, and who sits, on this particular night, at the edge of the bamboo grove where the cleared path ends and the forest begins. She has been sitting for a long time, long enough that the distinction between sitting and not sitting has begun to soften at its edges, the way the distinction between waking and sleep softens in the hour before sleep finally arrives. Her body is still. Her breath is moving, she can feel it, when she attends to it, as a slow and reliable tide in the chest, in and out, in and out. The temperature around her is the temperature of a high mountain night in the season between autumn and winter, when the cold is serious but not yet hostile, when it asks something of the body without demanding more than the body has to give. Above her, through the thinning canopy at the grove's edge, stars, not many. The sky to the east has begun barely, only barely, in the way that the sky begins before dawn, which is less a lightening than a cessation of the deepest darkness, a very slight thinning of the black to suggest that somewhere beyond the curve of the earth, on the other side of the mountain's bulk, light is beginning its preparation. But for now, stars. Fewer than an hour ago, more than there will be in an hour's time. The particular number of stars available in the precise moment between the deepest night and the first suggestion of dawn. She is not thinking about the stars. She is aware of them, which is different awareness without the additional weight of thought, without the narrative that thought produces. The stars are simply there, in the awareness, the way the breath is simply there, the way the sound of the bamboo is simply there, the way the cold is simply there, present against the skin of her face and her hands, present in the slight weight it adds to the air as it moves in through the lungs. She has been carrying something tonight. Not tonight, only for a long time. The kind of thing that gets carried for a long time because it does not have handles, because there is nowhere obvious to set it down, because the carrying has become so habitual that the weight of it has blended into the weight of the self, and the two are difficult to distinguish. She is not, tonight, trying to put it down. She is simply sitting with it. The way you sit with something in a room when you have stopped trying to change it and have not yet decided what to do next. The sitting is not defeat. The sitting is what comes after all the other things, after the analysis and the effort and the practice and the reading and the reaching toward understanding, when the reaching has been set down for the night, when the night itself has made the reaching feel, if not unnecessary, at least not urgent. The bamboo speaks in its layered voice, high and lower still. The sound arriving at the ears, not all at once, but in sequence. The way complex music arrives, the higher tones first, quicker, and then the lower ones following, slower, and then the lowest ones of all, the ones that are more felt in the chest than heard with the ears, the ones that are a kind of internal sound, a resonance rather than a tone. She breathes with it. Not deliberately, her breath finds the rhythm of the bamboo, the way rivers find the shape of the land they move through, without decision, simply following what is there. In, out, the stars do not move. The cold does not move. The bamboo moves, is always moving, has always been moving, will be moving long after this particular night is over, and this particular practitioner has descended the mountain and returned to whatever life is waiting in the valley below. The life, with its particular shape and its particular weight and its particular mornings, each one arriving whether or not she is ready for it. She is not thinking about the mornings. The mornings are a long way from here. Here is only this, the breath, the bamboo, the stars, the cold, the sitting, and somewhere in the back of what might be called awareness, though calling it anything risks naming it wrong, a quality of spaciousness that she did not arrive with and is not producing. That is simply present. The way the mountain is present, the way the grove is present, not hers, not separate from her, something in between those two descriptions. In the place where between has stopped being useful, the breath comes in, the breath goes out. Something in the chest, the thing she has been carrying, or something adjacent to it, something in the vicinity of the carrying loosens, not releases entirely, loosens. The way a knot loosens when the tension on both ends is released simultaneously. Not untied, but less tight, less insistent, less sure of its own necessity. She notices this the way she notices the stars, without commentary, without the additional weight of meaning it. Just a loosening. Just the chest, slightly different than it was a moment ago. Just the breath moving through a slightly more open space. The bamboo, the stars fewer now. The sky to the east has advanced its thinning, still not light, still well before any practical definition of dawn. But the black has become a blue, so deep it is almost black and will, in the time available, become a blue that is recognizably blue, and after that something else. The specific color of early morning on a Vietnamese mountain that has its own name in the consciousness of everyone who has seen it, and no name in any language that is equal to the seeing. She is not waiting for the dawn. She is not waiting for anything. The waiting has been set down somewhere in the last hour without her having made a specific decision to set it down. The way certain things are set down when the body grows tired enough and the night grows deep enough and the practice of sitting in one place with one breath moves gradually and without announcement, from being something you are doing to simply being something that is happening. The breath comes in. Something in the sound of the bamboo shifts a change in the wind's direction. Subtle, the way subtle changes happen in the night, without announcement. The layering of sounds rearranges itself. The same hollow stems, the same mountain air, a slightly different angle of arrival. The same and different, the way each breath is the same and different, the way each moment is the same and different, continuing and new simultaneously. The river that is always this river and always this water, the cold on her hands, the stars, the loosening in the chest that has not returned to tightness, the mountain beneath the hermitage, beneath the grove, beneath the sitting, beneath the breath, beneath the awareness that contains all of it and is not troubled by any of it and has never been troubled by any of it and will not be troubled. When the dawn comes and the sitting ends and the descent begins and the life in the valley resumes with its weight and its particular mornings, the awareness is not troubled. It has never been troubled. Everything that has moved through it tonight, the loneliness, the carrying, the loosening, the stars growing fewer, the bamboo rearranging its voice, has moved through it the way weather moves through the sky. The sky is not troubled. The sky contains. The sky is what remains when you look past the weather to what the weather is happening in. She breathes. She is not sleeping. She is not fully waking. She is in the country between the soft and borderless country that has no geography and requires none, where the body rests without the self needing to arrange the resting, where the breath moves without anyone moving it, where the bamboo sounds and the stars fade and the mountain holds everything it has always held and will hold until the last practitioner has descended and the grove has reclaimed the clearings and the stone walls have returned to stone. She is in the country between, and the country between is not empty. It is full of everything tonight has carried the wandering monk in the snow country of Korea. Eyes that found something funny in everything, including hunger. Walking toward a village where a boy sat with an unnamed feeling by a fire. The hermit poet in his leaking hut above the snow valley, writing about children and moonlight and the particular fullness of an empty bowl. The emperor who put down his crown and picked up a walking staff and climbed this very mountain. The same mountain, the same bamboo perhaps, the same pre-dawn wind. The old man at the ruined temple drinking tea with a young monk and saying, "Have some more tea," which was the whole teaching. The cotton-clad yogi in his Himalayan cave, skin green, fire burning, his sister sleeping on the mat he gave her, stars visible through the cave mouth, just visible, the same stars or stars like them. The monk drenched in a cremation ground discovering that the argument with what is costs more than the what is itself, and that the cost, when you stop paying it, is returned to you as something you had not expected. The scholar on the White Skull Snow Mountain writing, "Matter and spirit are the same in intrinsic spaciousness." The woman from the city sitting with an old forest monk while the lamp burned halfway down, hearing that the resonance in her chest was not a wound, but the sound of her own awareness, noticing itself. The young monk on his winter mountain hearing the bell ring in the pre-dawn, dark and understanding, in a way that bypassed every analysis he had ever conducted, that the bell was ringing for everything, for everyone, for all the mornings that had ever been, all of it in the country between, all of it here, carried by the breath, held in the spaciousness that is not troubled, moving through the awareness that has never been troubled, dissolving the way the bell's overtones dissolve, becoming finer and finer still, and finally so fine that they pass below the threshold of the hearing mind and into the body's knowing, where they settle without sound. She breathes. The bamboo, the stars, a bird, the first bird of the morning, somewhere in the forest below the grove, not yet confident about the dawn, but making a preliminary inquiry. One call, offered into the darkness as a question. No answer from anywhere. silence receiving it. The silence expanding slightly to include the question, the way the sky expands to include the cloud. She is here. She is the bamboo. She is the breath. She is the silence after the bird's call. She is the space between one breath and the next, the space that has no duration and no content and is somehow more real, in this moment, than anything that fills it. She is the mountain, and she is the practitioner on the mountain, and she is neither of those things, and she is the awareness in which both of those arise, and the awareness is not troubled, and has never been troubled, and will not be troubled. When the dawn comes full and golden across the peaks to the east, and the grove fills with the specific light of a Vietnamese mountain morning. The breath, the bamboo, the letting go that is not a decision but a dissolving, the way the bell's last overtone dissolves, becoming so fine it is no longer sound, becoming warmth, becoming the body's knowing, becoming sleep, or not sleep, the country between, which is its own country, which needs no other name, which has been here all along, beneath every story tonight has told, and will be here when the last story has dissolved into the breathing, and the breathing has dissolved into the dark, and the dark has dissolved into whatever comes next, which is only more of what has always been here. Rest. The mountain holds you. The bamboo sounds. The stars are fewer now. One breath, and another, and the one after that arrives on its own, unhurried, like the first light arriving above the peaks without anyone summoning it, like the grove settling into the silence between its own sounds, like the awareness resting in itself, which it has always done, which it will always do, which requires nothing from you tonight, except this one thing: let go. Just this. Just the breath. Just the bamboo. Just the mountain. Just the dark, which is not empty but full, full of everything tonight has offered, and everything you have carried, and everything the traditions across these hours have quietly, patiently, across centuries of sitting in caves and forest clearings and hermit huts and ruined temples and mountain hermitages, pointed at. You were never alone. You were never alone. You were never, not for a single breath of this life, alone. Rest now. Let the mountain hold you. Let the bamboo sound. Let the breath be the river. Let the dark be enough. It is. It always has been. Tonight you traveled far. You sat with a wandering Korean monk in a village inn as snow fell on a boy who did not yet know the name for what he was feeling. You lay in a hermit's hut on a Japanese mountain and listened to the sound of winter solitude becoming fullness. You climbed to a Vietnamese mountain hermitage and sat with a king who had put down his crown to find out what was underneath it. You drank tea in a ruined Chinese temple with an old man who had been walking for 60 years and finally, deliberately, sat down. You entered a Himalayan cave and sat with a yogi whose skin had turned green and whose solitude had become, over years of sitting, something indistinguishable from belonging. You sat drenched in a Thai cremation ground and felt the moment when the argument with what is finally exhausted itself. You rested on a Tibetan mountain above the cloud line and felt the spaciousness that holds every feeling without being troubled by any of them. You sat with a forest monk in ancient Sri Lanka as an oil lamp burned and a woman from the city discovered that the resonance she had been carrying was not a wound. You heard a Korean monastery bell ring in the pre-dawn dark and understood. in the body rather than the mind, that the ringing was for everything that has ever been awake in the night. And you dissolved, finally, into the bamboo grove on Yentu Mountain, into the breath and the stars and the country between waking and sleep, where all of tonight's stories have been leading. From the Korean Seon and Japanese Soto Zen, from the Vietnamese Trúc Lâm and Chinese Chan, from the Tibetan Kagyu and Nyingma, from the Thai Forest and the Sri Lankan Theravada, across centuries and languages and ways of sitting, across every kind of mountain and every kind of dark, one quiet truth, offered again and again in different voices, in different snow and different forest and different altitude. You were never alone. Not for a single breath of this life. Not in the loneliest room. Not in the quietest hour. Not in the deepest dark of the longest night. The awareness that has been with you through all of it, through every solitary moment of every year you have lived, has never been separate from what holds the stars and sounds, the bell, and moves through the bamboo grove before dawn. You don't need to remember the details of tonight. You don't need to carry the teachings as thoughts. The wisdom these traditions have been gathering for centuries is patient. It works beneath the surface of conscious memory, settling into the body the way warmth settles into a heated stone floor, slowly and completely, and without requiring your attention to do its work. I want to say something genuine here, before this night closes. I spent a long time with these stories, longer than usual, if I'm honest, because loneliness is not a topic I could approach lightly. It is the one that arrives most often in the comments of this channel, in the small hours of the night, from people in cities I have never visited. I hope something in tonight found the place it was meant to find in you. I genuinely hope that tomorrow or later today, whenever you wake, you may notice something small, a quality of the morning light that seems slightly more present than usual, a moment in an ordinary exchange with another person where the distance between you feels, briefly, less absolute. A breath that arrives with the simple and unadorned quality of something that has always been available and has finally been noticed. These are not guarantees. They are possibilities. And possibilities, in the traditions of tonight's stories, are enough. If these stories offered you something, if this night gave you even a moment of genuine rest, please consider sharing this channel with someone who might need it. Not as a favor to an algorithm, as the thing the bell does, ringing for whoever is awake in the dark, wherever they are, whatever they are carrying. You are enough, exactly as you are, in this moment, with everything you are carrying and everything you have set down and everything that remains. The mountain holds you. The bamboo sounds. The awareness that has never been troubled continues, quietly and without announcement, to be what it has always been. Good night. Rest deeply. You were never alone.